people about.
Yeah.
Like that was one of the things with learning about the troubled teen industry stuff and the like. I call it the see do lingo,
Yeah.
but the troubled teen survivors do speak a very distinct way,
Yeah.
and you can tell how they. And like I says, what's with having Stephanie on and talking about the circle boxing ring that you're on, and then getting a haircut. It took me years to comprehend that that was the same as me getting reamed out in a form or doing character stretches at the place I went to.
Yeah.
So terminology being night and day doesn't mean the abuse wasn't real, but it's psychological abuse in one place, physical abuse in the other with the ring stuff. So that's where I was just being clear on that stuff.
Yeah.
And since a lot of people wanted to take my research there and start claiming it as their own with the stuff with the Finders cult and Nexium and Earhart seminar trainings connecting to the large group awareness training stuff. Well, again, I'm glad they took that information and screwed it up so much. You know, so I used to be cool with that. I used to be cool with a bunch
It's
of
a little
people.
disappointing, though. A little disappointing to see what they took and what they did with it.
Yeah,
Just saying.
a little disappointing for them, but not for me. I expect this of people sometimes.
I expected better of that particular person, but
I didn't.
didn't
But
I?
again, like I said, it's no. Like I said, I live by a certain code, and I allow people to stab me in the back 3 times. Once they
Oh, you're
stab me in the
better
back
than me.
3 times, like I said, I think we're similar. I just word it differently than you. Like I said, is after they've done it the 3rd time, I'm not going to unfriend them and block them. I'm going to keep them as close as fucking possible.
Robots.
I know they're going to do it. I know they're going to keep doing it. I know they're going to run to their friends and say, like, oh, he's working with Thomas Schoenberger's and the Shadowbox strategy crew to suicide troll and blah, 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 blah stuff. And then next thing you know, they're talking about McAfee and the Dead Man Switch.
Trying to grow up, I guess. You know, it sucks that I'm 49 trying to grow up, but you know. Trying to grow up, I guess. You know, it sucks that I'm 49 trying to grow up, but you know.
Yeah.
That was 4 years ago in the first place, with who did commit suicide. And since there's been so many people who have suicided because of these people harassing and cyber stalking people, certain people 3 years should have backed off certain people.
And Aaron, you think I don't know about you? You called me a Thomas Muffin?
They didn't.
Yeah.
Kept going. They kept going and they kept going.
Kept pushing. Yep.
And when those people are calling their sheriff's office and their police departments every other day about online stuff and doing IC3.govs and it still doesn't stop, what are those people's options?
Well, yeah. I suppose it depends where you live and how you want to deal with it. But
Here, let me do something real quick. Hey, Dank's chick car. Are you Dank Alliance? Who are you? Why are you here if all you're here to do is make stupid comments? That's right, Mr. Jones. The only thing they can do is walk away. But
it depends how much their life's been fucked with, whether they can walk away or not, Mr. Jones. And that's something people like you need, you need to get your head around.
Once again, they're them. I'm working on Dank right now. Hey, Dank, say something else, you stupid idiot. You think I'm not going to talk about Synthetic Rebellion, Spoof Movement, and a whole bunch of other people who want to use fake names and come around here like Loyal and Aaron B. Cox like to do? I'm just getting warmed up. Dank's chick car. You sound like you're a masochist, misogynist, two-faced dumbass to begin with. No wonder you're not saying anything else, because you're stupid, like the rest of them are. Yeah, and I might speak in a condescending manner sometimes, because I'm sick and tired of you low IQ, flat earth troll dumbasses thinking you can come in here and take swipes. Cool. Jones like being in the sidecar. Oh, that's fucking Cax. Oh God, yeah, fucking. Oh God, the Muffin Man. That's the Muffin Man. Hey, Aaron V. Cox, how's Sugar Shine doing? How's your little freaking let's see, what is it called now? Your deep state secret cabal that does natural gas explosions as you fart on dumbasses because you're an idiot. Aaron V. Cox. Oh, I said his name. He's super triggered now. Wants to debate binaural beats and stupid shit with me because he wants to sell organite crystals that he likes sticking in orifices.
That's it.
How about you go rage?
You suck on this.
How about you go rage for me? You and okay. By the way, Aaron V. Cox, you and Lauren should have woken up 3 years ago with the Gazette Neo Q stuff. Period. You think I'm not going to keep dragging you over this stuff? You know about Tommy Neo Q and how that stuff connects with Marfy Barfy and all them? Because I do. You're a useful idiot. You were a useful idiot 3 years ago when I nicknamed you Anunnaki Aaron. Now go play with freaking Eric Spitfire and the Baker Boys and the Sentinels of True Stuff with freaking YouTube court dummy and the freaking North Coast fucking idiot, unless it's granny fluids. Yeah, Mr. Jones, I knew humans were this way a long time ago. That's why it's funny how many people run around and want to talk about a certain specific hater group. Oh, they got YouTube psychosis. They need to call Nurse Ratchet and understand that everyone's just a narcissistic psychopath on you. I'm just kidding, actually. I'm joking, folks. Sorry, the cat goes to me every once in a while. There's Dank Williams.
Hey, Dank.
Once again, they're you. I think we don't know their avatars, which is why it's hilarious to me. But again, I wonder where Synthetic Rebellion is these days. We're Braden Young these days. Funny how I can mention Steve Outram, Eli High Priest, Brandon Young, and a certain other Commonwealth chanting channelers out there, but all they want to do is run around and talk smack about me behind my back.
Yeah, I've got the balls to do it up front, that lot.
3 years ago, and if they think I'm going to back off the Davy and Bass stuff, I'm still pissed off about.
Yeah.
Once again, they called you Baz for a year.
I know.
The ones that
They
did
knew
that,
what he was accused of, you know.
Exactly. And again, I told them all for 18 months, apologize. They never made those apology videos. They never made those apology videos, but I got all the stuff downloaded. I need to expose them all no matter what they do now. Thinking I can't talk about freaking Handsome Truth, Schwager, Vera, Adam, and all that other stuff with Mindy and her mind inspired Liz Crokin and In the Matrix and Shady Grove? Before I bring up Titus Frost and Thomas Show Me the Burgers again.
Back around to it.
Actually, Mr.
How does that
Jones,
happen?
Mark Smith, I will say this real quick because I want you guys to understand something. Mark Smith and you guys have actually cracked me up for a year and a half because of this stuff. Yeah, Dank, once again, Boomer, expose me, Boomer. That's stupid uni-rock language. So I'm glad you're showing your
Why
intelligence.
doesn't that surprise me? But that's what they would come up with.
Because he's a sensitive snowflake, Southern Justice Warrior. Oh, man. Go
I know.
cry about it. Go get freaking Tag and the rest of them. Come on. Get out here in the future. Let's get this over with because I'm sick of y'all beefing over Malibu and fucking Denise Mateo. You can go ahead and get all the Thomas Muffins you want. Go hang out with Aaron V. Cox and Lauren Zero Infinity again. Think if I give a shit about that stuff, I'll keep talking shit about all of y'all motherfuckers. Uni-LARP and Unitards with the QAnon LARP. Oh my god. Let's talk about Tracy Beans. Laura Loomer?
Don't you get enough of that shit elsewhere, lols? Like, seriously? You're up in it all the time, 24/7. Doesn't matter what time of the day or night, you're at it.
On board and talk about Piss and Excellence and Boohoo Effect and all those people over there, Los? You think I don't know? That's where you guys forget. I've been watching you all beef for over 3 years. Do you know how it connects to Donna Emerald, FK and Freddie? Because I sure do.
Okay, Q.
Hey, KQ, dear. Like I said, as patience, dear, we're working on figuring out the snafu that you've asked me about a couple of times. There's still certain people who are picking sides in that great debate there, and I'm not going to get caught up in that drama fest. Dang, if you don't know Truth Convoy is, you're in. Shut up. Just once again, if you don't know who we're talking about, then don't
Of course he does.
I know he
He's
does, but once
little
again, just
dick
strictly
fighter.
who low IQ idiots are. Once again, oh my
Oh,
god.
look. Here we go. We got the soft cocks back.
Oh, yay.
Having an interdimensional meltdown.
Go get your other channel, Quantum Larpbot, the one that you're team tagging with Sugar Shine. And then go get Dave Acton. Why do you go get Dave Acton? Quantum Larpbot, Interdimensional Meltdown, Aaron B. Cox. Were you in the Coast Guard? Were you actually in the Coast Guard? Because if you think I care, I didn't. Anunnaki, Aaron, ooh, talk about the Nephilim giants. If I wanted to talk about those idiots with Quail and all them, I'd have fucking schooled them years ago. I got tired of schooling you, Anunnaki butt boy. Gonna take it from Aaron all day long. I mean, Lauren, excuse me, you, because we know zero and
Both taking it.
that hot tub.
Your little time machine.
Mm-hmm. You know, Lauren likes taking it from Aaron. Aaron
Oh,
likes
yeah.
those hot beef injections. Oh,
You
like,
know it.
you guys hard enough yet? Can I talk about a call for an uprising, Vigilant Christian Mario and other people now? I think I didn't know. Go get Kickstand the Boogie and Scooby Doom, and then we'll get to business. Because I know all about the Hampstead hoax and all that stuff that you guys are idiots about. No, Aaron V. Cox, you're the idiot it is to trigger in any chat room you're in because you're such a freaking Lauren cacksucker, you Anunnaki dumbass. Been calling you out for 2 fucking years to your face. Don't you remember the phone call me, you, Kazette, and had? Don't you remember that shit, you dumbass? 2 years ago I schooled your ass. I'm clowning you now. You think I give a shit what you and Sugar do? You don't know about Brenda's bridals and all that other stuff. You think you do, but you don't. Who you still then? I'm the stupidest Aaron B. Cox. Okay, you are a fucking idiot who pushes organite crystals. You've done interviews with Holly about deep underground military bases. How much more do you want me to school you, you dumbass? I'll bring up Zach Quaid and Donald Marshall. I knew you were stupid 3 years ago. I knew Zero Infinity was obsessed 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I told you all 2 years ago I want to see you all in court over this stuff with Robert David Steele, Manuel Chavez III, and other people like Tyrone Simpson and Thomas Schoenbergers. If you all think I'm not going to keep exposing this stuff and running your names out of my mouth, you're idiots. Come on the panel. I wouldn't have useful idiots on the panel with me if my life depended on it. I'm too smart to let low IQ, useful idiots around FK and Freddy in China, come discuss things with the Sater twins who don't know anything about other people involved with this stuff going back 5 years ago. Don't worry, Dank Williams.
Go and play in the bottom bunk for 300 little seconds and get your jollies on down there.
Yep, let's go ahead and talk about your guys' obsession with the GDL. Yeah, you want to talk about the Ashkenazis and that stuff? Because I knew y'all were idiots about that stuff with the Illuminati fucking so long ago. That talking about the OTO and the Rosicrucian stuff, it usually triggers most of you dumbasses. Before I bring up the Grangers and other fraternal organizations, before I start smacking Bishop Larry Gators and young Pharaoh with Juan O'Savin. Try me again, Dank. Why don't you all come on here and say something intelligent instead of all the stupid rhetoric you all love to use? I want to expose Sherry, DeFango, Vandersteel, Megaco. You all think I'm worried about you? I'm not. Look how Mitt fucking Romney and the Worldwide Association of Specialty Program stuff with Aspen Education Group and fucking shit Denise talks about too with Brian J. Birmingham. And you all are all brand new to this shit. Congratulations, well, losing subs is kind of fun, to be honest with you, especially when they're obsessed stalkers you don't want around anyways.
That's it. They love it, War. They just love it.
Yeah, but they don't know anything about the stuff with, what's his name? Brandon, Ren, Dottie, EKC,
No.
Katie Joy Polson, Unirock, Fight the Flat Earth, The Non-Sequenter Show with Kyle and Steve McRae. Oh yeah, I can run through those names real quick, no problem. What else can I talk about?
It's up to you.
It is up to me, isn't
You
it?
can pretty much take it anywhere from there.
Start
So
running
many
around. Okay,
what the
let's start
fuck's
talking about
going on?
empty spots, not making the apology video for calling me,
Oh,
which I'm great to go there.
yeah.
Python, vagabond spirit, wackadoo rhetoric that those boys want to speak about over there. I'm glad that those idiots decided to turn their backs on me and fucking try to snow me. I don't play games. If they want to come play in Jolly's Dungeon, we'll get out the toys and we'll have a little fun.
Then it'll get fun. That I can promise.
Yeah, John, I'm actually 100% positive the Earth is not hollow or flat. But if you want to discuss Eric DeBay, Mark Sargent, Santos Bonacci, Richie from Boston, ODD TV, SGT, X22, and those LARPers on YouTube, we can do that all day, every day. I'm good at that. And then I'll start talking about Brooks Agnew and the fucking idiots trying to go down to fucking Antarctica to find a giant fucking pyramid with the entrance to the hollow earth underneath it. That's current. That involves Laura Eisenhower. Yeah, oh yeah, we can go to Laura Eisenhower, Miles Johnson, Stuart Swirlo, James Casbolt, freaking goddamn Bob Lazar. And I'll still plan on titanium memory metal fucking idiots wanting to fucking create, what is it, 0 point energy with fucking... Then I'll start talking fun about Baby Hope Girl and all that stuff that Defengo was talking about 3 years ago with those idiots, because I know how it all connects together. There's a reason I get called the LMC Master. I am the Linksy Connections Master. Trust the plan. Where we go one, we go all. Down to Stupidville. Before I start talking about Roger Ramsor Richards, Joy Jackson, and Austin Steinbart. You know.
Yeah.
Who was involved in Dogscape? Joy Jackson, Roger Ramsor. I could list other names there, but again, over 500 people were doxxed and they all want vengeance.
Yeah, that's it.
That's Stuart. Well,
You just gotta wash it down with some of that adrenochrome. You'll be fine.
we're making top grade black goo adrenochrome in Jolly's Dungeon, so shh. We'll be coming out with our 2020 batch soon.
So, although if you're looking for something with not quite the kick, you perhaps go with the purple. But you know, it's up to you.
Oh, it's right. I forgot. Oh, those freaking honey potters. Honey. Oh, yeah, Melissa Zachariah Honeybee. And the
Honeybee, there we go.
integrated scam that goes back to Gunk, Dave Tadashini, and Train. Oh, yeah, but that's fermented stuff. That's, you know, kombucha. Gotta drink your kombucha. Yeah, whoa. Oh, I know. Once again, I know.
It's a little, it was a little different what we were talking about there, Lance.
Yeah, I'm not talking about making jailhouse, you know,
Yeah.
hooch. But I've done it. We've done it. Trust me. We know how to make our alcoholic beverages over here. The 10 years ago stuff that goes back with, well, it's who committed suicide, Kelly?
On TV is, you know, where lots of the shit started, but
Yeah, but the actual guy who committed suicide around
well,
that,
I mean,
who and all
well,
that.
I mean, Chang wasn't
Thank
from like 10
Yeah.
years ago,
I
but,
can't.
yeah.
They're asking where the. Okay, it's hard for me
but
to.
a lot of this.
Thank you.
Okay.
Once again, I'm tired of explaining this to people. So if I don't explain that part of the equation, then with Agent 19, they get confused about the stuff with the DDs and the James Ds, correct?
Yeah.
Doesn't that all connect with Alias and a few other people over there in the trailer park with Tamara Wolf and them and Queen Tut?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, so again, I'm just explaining to people, if you don't know how it goes back 5 years ago, than explaining that 3 years ago, Casey Rock Memorial Day LARP with freaking Freddy in them is a waste of my time, and I'm not going to help people out anymore. Remember this. I helped them out 3 years ago. There's a reason those people aren't coming back online anymore and not trying to clear up the fact that I'm over here talking a ton of shit.
Yeah.
Then we'll start bringing up how the anti-vaccine crew connect to Del Bigtree, Wakefield, Renee, and Treachigan and them. If people didn't know this, then sorry. Not my fault. Been insulted by a lot of other people besides low IQ idiots on YouTube. Running around with their freaking, oh my God, I'm Treach Renfrew and the earth is flat. I'm glad you admitted that live on air, actually, you idiot. But again, this happened. I didn't force anyone to say anything. I didn't force them to get screenshotted. I was the one making jokes about blue chicken aliens and sex slave mole kids on Mars. Well, other people are trying to start cults of channeling chanters, and their little friends are thinking they can take swipes and talk smack about me in discords behind my back, not knowing other people are sending me those screenshots just as quick as everything else. So since Steve Otram thought he could run his mouth and work with Thomas Schoenbergers and Titus Frost thought he could do the same thing, there's a reason all those idiots are running. They were exposed as con men, grifting scam artists with their freaking idiotic freaking beliefs about comments and other bullshit. No, well, you get to stay around and keep working with Piston because y'all are freaking amazing, and I love it because you guys explain things and you're all, and I'm like going, okay, thank you for. Oh, now I see why.
No chance we'll forget the Bundys there, Mr. Jones. No chance at all.
Oh, what do you want to talk about? The standoff in Oregon with Lavoy Finicum? That had nothing to do with the Bundys. So again, keep your narrative separate, buddy boys. I know about Las Vegas. I know about the Balfour standoff. I know about Pete Santilli. Don't forget that Eric Spitfire. The rest of you Gip boys out there that think you all are intelligent, I'll dumb it down even for y'all. And then I'll start playing my banjo while Jolly gets out her.
Hang on, what am I getting out?
I don't know. Whatever you want.
You know I like the banjos, but you know.
You can go get him. Okay, I'll be quiet.
Yeah, you don't want me to get the paddle out.
Yeah, the paddle's the least of my worries.
I know.
When you go in and get your boys out, oh, Scarecrow's a little scary.
I know. He's a sweetheart.
Yeah, but this one, I mean, come on.
As you should get Jack on Boots to come on one day. That'd be fun.
I think so too. I
It
love
might be an education for a few people.
Hey, here's the only problem I would have with that. I get you. I don't think I'd understand them.
Yeah, they're a bit rough around the edges than I am.
No. I've heard Boots. He speaks Aussie. And I don't mean English. He speaks Aussie. Like, what did you do? Holsters, blah, blah. I'm like, what did you just say? Speaking to English, man.
Okay, that sounded way more like English than Aussie.
Well, that was my great out and about the house Canadian. I'm a Canadian.
Oh, that's your Canadian. You'll need to work on that too. Have to get one of the sadists to help you out.
I'll let them do their music. They made that good LARPing song.
Hey, Blazin', how you going?
I think she's doing well. I think she's not battling so many idiots that she used to be, so that's always a bonus in YouTubeville, down there in the trailer park with all the skank apes. Yes, Wendy, I'm not going to stop talking about you, Tamara. Freaking you, what, you're a freaking speaking to dead people and I'm dating your husband. Nice to know, Tamara Wolf, you're psychotic.
A little bit. But she's been in Lilydale, so everything's so much better for her now.
Like I knew she did. These idiots shouldn't have brought my name up 4 years ago, and it's personal now. I'm not forgiving fucking Lepo, Lestat, Desfango, any of those idiots. Take me to court. Do something. I'm tired of waiting.
I think there's a reason why you haven't been taken to court by them. Wonder what that might be. Gotta wonder, don't you?
Mm-hmm. No, I know for a fact I can go to Texas and sue people, and go to Nevada and sue people, and I can sue people in the state of Oklahoma right now. How many people ran around saying I was working with Otrim and them? How many screenshots of that shit do I have?
Far too freaking many.
Learning to read the room and say certain things that don't upset other people, you know. Oh God, I did forget about Claire Call. But again, there's so many different Claires out there that there's a couple of Claires I'm friends with. But again, that whole stuff with a pretty monotheistic person and Adelaide, and all them. Yeah, you guys forget. I've been around a long time.
Oh, did you hear the screen? That must be from somebody that's got me blocked because I can't see it on the YouTube.
Well, Mr. Jones.
Oh, Mr. Jones, how did that happen?
So it says I'm reading between the lines here.
Oh, bimbo. Having a blonde moment. It's okay. We all expect it.
So it looks interesting to see how the school play narrative with all the fucking fake actors plays out now. Especially since Cambridge Analytics and Fusion GPS with Neil Sanders ties into so much stuff. But I do have to keep some things on the back burner, don't I? You never go your whole hand at the very middle of the game.
Nope.
I haven't seen Adelaide in over a year. But I don't go into that fucking nasty pocket of YouTube like you all like to hang out in. No offense, buddy. You guys do love the YouTube drama beefs. And I appreciate that you all have made it easier for me to go into certain chat rooms and understand what's being said. Because for a couple of years, I was very confused on this merging timelines, ascension stuff with, you know, us going into a 6D universe in the next few years when we all get woke and blah. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have made so many jokes about those Greco-reptilian shape-shifting lizards working in the deep underground military bases. But I do.
Did you hassle the sneaky snakes?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Yeah, they don't like that very much, do they?
No, they sure don't. Those Python boys do not like their freaking little net at all. Don't make fun of the freaking Gila High Priest prison wallet while he's smuggling blood diamonds.
Well, he's got his blood diamonds in there, that's right.
Don't make fun of that Sicilian witch with that voice to skull technology. You know, Gila High Priest get a little, Phoenix Enigma might get a little upset. Start talking about a hobo that was thrown off of a bridge.
Oh no, not again.
Rest in peace, Isaac, Cappy, Tracy, Twyman, Jenny, Moore, and Bucky Wolf. Too bad idiots used y'all's deaths for fame and glory on YouTube.
Yeah, you're still fucking going.
Yeah, they know that stuff connects to Kim Picasio and Homestead Hawkins. Randy Q. Erickson, Kirk Pendergrass, Billy Blanchard. Yeah, so again, it's interesting that me and you do understand all this stuff, but have a hard time explaining to people we don't want to be involved in the stupid YouTube beefs between the teen mom drama stuff with the flat earth, blue chicken cult stuff. We've been attacked by those cults long enough. And since certain people want to run around saying that the EKC is a cult group and that blah, blah, blah stuff is there, well, I'm not going to pick sides. Oh, God, don't bring up Panther Eye.
Not the Jolly Ranchers, no!
Oh, God, okay, Tracy Joe Remington, Donald Marshall, cloning stations underground with music, copyright laws stuff. Yeah, good, covered, I'll be Bob. Jenny Rock was right. No, Busy was right. Busy! It was Busy in the Bakers!
Oh, that damn crackhead.
Again, we're just trying not to choose sides in the great debate between Uni Rock and Defankatang.
Yeah, but if I really, really got pushed to a point that I had to, yeah, it wouldn't be great for the same day.
Yeah, and it's so funny how many people have wrenches that swing by here that don't give him a head up that, hey, dude, you might want to try to make amends with those people you called chat rapists to be PC right now, because they know all about Shadowbox strategies.
Yeah.
And you don't know how Shadowbox strategies connects to Daytop Village.
I do. Hey, she's still around, Mr. Jones. Saw her she did a video or a stream just a couple of days back, 2 days back.
What she? I don't even want to know. Don't even want to know. Better off if I know with that. Yeah. Like I said, it's the fact that James got swatted and then had a few wellness checks done on him, and he almost lost his kids over these people.
Yep.
Is why I'm not. Like I said, James D and China Da are two different James D's.
Yep.
That was the problem with me getting confused with Stranahan and Wheelberger and all the other Lees out there with Daniel John Lee and all that stuff that was pissing me off 2 years ago. How easy it is that these people are jumping and confusing names of people. That stuff's always got to come back over into that, you know. How do I want to explain this now? The out of shadow stuff within the Matrix, Shady Grove, Liz Croak, and Dave Seaman, and the rest of those idiots with Titus Frost, Deluxe Cheeseburger Boy, and them. I never stabbed any one of them in the back. I was actually trying to help them get out of the snafus they got themselves into because they were talking with Thomas and Outram and other people there. So, you know, it is what it is. Bockety bok bok, larpy larp larp. Little Skills and Monkey Savant are still useful idiots. They always will be. I'm glad Little Skills actually showed up in Cambian's room last night. It was trying to talk all tough and stuff. So.
Hey, Donut. Hey,
Where's your
Donut, I saw
friend?
you in unis the other day. Was that you that said Charlotte was a sin? Was that you that put that in the chat? I'm sorry, I'm just wondering. I saw it. I wasn't sure whether or not...
Someone else. It was someone else.
Someone else, was it? Okay.
Yeah, but
I don't know, I'm just checking.
Good.
Just a
Thank you.
question, wasn't an accusation.
I know, sweetheart, but we don't. Once again, Blue Yeti crew people really do help us out a lot with their large threats. Oh yeah, using the googly eyes of Lepo really helps your situation out right now.
Yeah.
So again, Charlotte was innocent. Charlotte's the innocent person in this stuff.
Yes, she was.
Docs and triple docs is not fun for anyone to go through. I saw it happen to her, so I will defend her till the day I die. And Julie, you know. So
I was a little wary of Julie at first, but now seeing how it's played out, she's a good woman, that one. Got a lot of time for her.
yeah. Seaward, just so you don't know, if you haven't noticed that Cax and them are using Lee, name drop, like I said, there's 5 different Lee Beltman accounts out there now that are not me. 5 that I know of. 2 are controlled by one person who's been trying to troll me for 2 years. 2 are controlled by someone else. It all connects to J-Man and Lady Steph C with YouTube Court Dude with other people now. So I keep my links and connections very clear here. And I know how it connects back around to other people with Manuel Chavez III and Tyrone Simpson and Michael Deacon and other people now. See, I learned their names. I'm not going to jump off the handle and start talking about people unless I know who they are and what they are about. So, not really blazing. I stay out of that stuff. Because I've known about A Call for an Uprising, Faces Like the Sun, Vigilant Christian Mario, and that dude with Black Child Productions and all those trans investigators with Kickstand and them with Scooby-Doo and going back a good 3 years. It does get very hard to explain to people because it's just conspiracy theory, wackadoo, woo-woo bullshit. That's just the best way to explain it to people. It's stupid. People fell for this LARP. It's not a LARP. It was just stupid. Oh, but the 17th letter of the alphabet's so evil. Oh my God.
That's why they do it, Seaward. That's exactly why they do it. They use his name and an old photo of his that they've ripped from Facebook or somewhere, and then they put bigoted and racist bloody shit in all sorts of chats, thinking that people aren't going to clock it. Now, you clocked it. You knew it wasn't him. But lots of people don't, which is where the issue's coming from, you know?
Correct. But again, people can watch that video to find out more about who he hates and who he's speaking with. I think that it was just he took a picture off of Facebook and has been using it for over 4 years.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I've been around for this narrative for 5 years now because of FK and Freddie and all them. My biggest regret was talking to FK and Freddie and them. I don't have any problem
I
telling
don't blame you.
Hey, I'm sorry. I talked to the Blue Yeti crew and the Beta Biker crew out of Canada, and I hate them all. I gave them 2 years to make amends with me, to pick up the phone and call me because they had my phone number and they never did it. Now they want to chat with me in chat rooms and thinks everything's bygones, let bygones be bygones and blah, 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 blah. Well, we can't talk about cheese pizza and pepperonis without them thinking it's some secret code with swirl marks because of Tracy Joe Remington and Jolly Ranchers, right? Yeah. So again, I know how it started. I know where it's progressed. I do not see where it's going to end.
No.
Do I think
Every
people
time.
are committing suicide over this stuff?
Probably.
How will everyone feel if, and Malibu, if you hear this, I do not want you to do this. I hope you walk away from this stuff and get you some serious help because it's crazy what you all dealt with. But if that person actually did kill themselves, how would all these other people who've been harassing her for over 4 years feel? What would they start doing?
Exactly. I mean, you would have thought they would have pulled up on some of the other people that they've trolled into their graves, but they haven't stopped. So I don't really imagine that they're going to stop now. And you got to wonder about the sort of mentality about people that are doing it, number one, but what sort of soul they actually have. You know, they all claim to be good spiritual people, whether it be Christian or any other.
Christians.
Yeah. And, you know, they wonder why they get labelled hypocristians and things like that. You know?
Yeah. Like I says, that's the thing is,
Got no
someone's
fucking
saying that
conscience.
they get what they deserve. No, they made the beds they're in. That's true. But do they deserve what they're getting? And again, I'm sitting here saying, if that person committed suicide, would you feel no remorse? Are you all that cold-blooded and callous that if that person killed themselves because they think they're being suicide trolled right now?
That says a whole lot about you right there, Mr. Jones. That, you know what? You are a disgusting, shameful human being. If that is what your fucking soul and your heart tells you.
Jolly, do me a favor. Mr. Jones, fuck you, you son of a bitch. You anti-Semitic, asshat, fuckboy. Try me, you goddamn GDL-loving douche canoe. Fucking sick and tired of you motherfuckers. Mr. Jones, kick ass, you're blocked on our channel forever now. Go make a video. Why don't you and Aaron V. Cox start working together? Because that wouldn't surprise me at all, Mr. Jones. I've seen people like you my whole life. You're disgusting. You think that woman deserves the harassment that she's received for 3 years, and if she killed herself, you would think she deserves it? You're a disgusting human being. Why don't you go jump off a bridge and kill yourself since you'd find it so funny? I would laugh. I'll come piss on your grave, you dumbass. You all think I'm fucking playing with you, Mr. Jones? Yo, mama. Keep laughing if you think I'm playing. Done playing with this stuff. 3 years I've been harassed because of fucking people falsely accusing and doing fucking bullshit online. I know who's connected to all this stuff. Do you think I care about you hiding behind a fake avatar? Really? Do you think with all the stuff I've dealt with because of Monkey Savant and Little Skills and Aaron V. Cox and Zero Infinity and J-Man and T-Door and Loose Cannon and FK and Freddy and the rest of them thinks I'm going to stop doing what I do? Go get your other sock account and come back in here. I try to give you props because you and Mark Smith happen to be fucking people who are in certain chat rooms keeping them from getting too stupid. But now I see only Mark Smith is the cool one.
I'm sorry, that just astounded me.
Didn't astound me. I've been expecting that for a long time. Remember,
Yeah, but I didn't think he'd have the balls to say it straight out. You know, he runs around.
You know, I've got screenshots of them saying a lot worse shit than that. Don't forget. They can go over there to certain chat rooms and keep trying to figure out all this stuff with freaking Queen Tut, Trish the Dish. Denise Mateo, Betty Washam and her warrior crew. Yo, mama, you want to do those hashtags here? Hashtag free the Wizinator, you dumbasses. We were asking you all to chill out 6 months ago. Don't forget that. I know about Tracy Gamble and Brenda Becker and Colleen Kokar and the rest of them, and I'm not afraid to say their names. You know how this stuff connects to Tiffany and Yaxley? Because I know how it connects to Tiffany and Yaxley with Scotty and all the rest of them. So keep trying me, people. I want to see someone in court. Don't forget that. About Robert David Steele, Manuel Chavez III, the International Tribunal of Natural Justice, with Fiona Barnett. Before I start bringing up Wilfred Wong, Sean Atwood, Charlie Robinson. No, not Charlie Robinson. The other guy, what's his name? Freaking that kid actor over there in the UK that they were always fucking riding for a while. With Crazy Nurse Kate and all that other stuff. Yeah, once again, that's Hampstead Hoax, Flo, Shiva, and El Coyote and them. So again, El Coyote and them got my back. Bipolar disorder and discussing mental health needs is a serious discussion around here, Lowell. So yeah, you're right. It does affect both sides. Yeah. Why can't we talk about Dave Acton? I can talk about Dave Acton all I want to. What about Dave Acton, the actor, and Mount Chattel do you need to know more about? And what's his woman? Who's his woman? Lisa? Or the other one? You remember, I'm kind of friends with some of those people over there still to this day. But again, Dave was the one who blocked me on Otrons. And Dave was the one who blocked me on Lepos. Not the other people.
Yeah, it's a little interesting too.
Mm-hmm. And I'm still going to talk about this stuff with the freaking Portnecha stuff with cats, sugar in them.
Yeah.
What are they going to do? Make a video? Good. I've been telling Thomas and everyone to make a video and apologize to you for over a year now, and none of them have done anything. So I'll keep reminding Jesse Spots and a few other people that they might want to try to make amends before I really start ripping into this stuff and start explaining everything with Gators and the freaking Divine Nine and the Alpha Omegas with Wano Saban and Roseanne Barr, Douglas Dietrich, Leo Zangami. Oh yeah, all stuff that connects back to Max Spears originally.
Yeah.
Funny how that all works around a dude spitting up black goo when he died. Oh, but it's a death, there's a death code, there's a trip code, man, there's stupid idiots. Do y'all forget about Robert the Deplorable? Scooby-Doo, how many Death LARPers have there been now? 5, 6, 7?
Yeah, probably more than that.
Well, like I said,
But it's the ones that do it more than once.
Like, remember, Robert Deplorable isn't dead, he's alive.
Yeah, I know.
Thing is,
Twice.
once again, Dolan Church, Dark Journalists, some of them are my friends and some of them aren't. And I keep my friends close and my enemies closer. You're right. Unfortunately, Sherry and DeFango shouldn't have freaking called me a rapist. I have the screenshots. They have never apologized.
And the videos, if they want to try and say that their screenshots aren't what they are.
Mm-hmm.
Got the videos and the live stream as well. So, you know, there's that.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it, Seawood.
And since all of them are fake, but yet there are funny how many people do have Google Drives.
Yeah.
Stat should have never given me all that information before he called me stupid and blocked me.
Yeah, but shit, there's some interesting stuff in it.
Interesting. KQ. Like I said, I got a lot of, like I said, is what a lot of people haven't gotten is I am just getting started here. You know, I've watched this stuff play out for over 5 years because I went on my buddy Doughboy's channel to talk about just stuff that he liked talking about. You know, people don't know about Jay Noir and freaking, what's her name? That was the actual one who exposed Dave Tottashini and Gunkin Train in them before the Archangelo stuff happened, before Honeybee Kids Incorporated scam of $50,000. They didn't make ever a documentary. That stuff connecting to Veritas Libertas Television with Word Man, which was one of Titus's mods in them. Like I said, those people all tried to troll me and call me stupid and much worse things. I let it slide for a long time. But now they're all trying to clean up the fucking fact that they've been lying to people about being a IARPA mind hacker, dumbass defangatang, Manny Fanny, the dumbest idiot on the planet, freaking hobbit dumbass who tried to use Quinn Michaels and Jerome Corsi and Praying Medic as a way to get out of the fact that he never had anything to do with Cicada 3301 or Q. And Beth Bogart's and Thomas's lawsuits, they are what they are. I'm going to support Jesse and Pravana. That's how far back this stuff goes. I didn't know about them and Mert until recently. But then finding out how much those people have been harassed because of this stuff, because of people running their mouths on YouTube alone, is why it's funny to me. Yeah, Jason Boss, you don't get to hear very much about with the vegan Mikey stuff because of Tanya Biss and the attorney Biss stuff. See, Jason Boss and Vegan Mikey were the voodoo donut snafu with Sarah Ruth Ashcroft. That had nothing to do with the other stuff. People needed to separate that stuff. That's why I come and me and Jelly are doing what I'm doing, because I'm sitting going, I get it a little bit. I don't understand it very well. Yeah, but Manny also said he created QAnon when Dylan Lewis Monroe was the one who made the QAnon maps. Before Tracy Bean's pamphlet and them lost the trip code off of the Patriot Soapbox YouTube channel and the 4chan channel. That all happened before Jason Goodman and other people teamed up with Quinn and Robert David Steele and Barry Diller and all those other people there. So, yeah, I know, isn't it nuts? And they said there's not a racket. Like I said, I was trying to explain people the multi-level marketing Ponzi schemes when other people started calling it the multi-criminal network.
Yep, they fucked that right up right from the get-go.
No, Noble Gold.
And to this day, they still call it that.
Steal, get your VPNs and your bonds. Don't forget, Hodl Doge, and we're going to run an A85 scam on cryptocurrencies, and then Gitmo Life never made it to fruition. Isn't that funny that Gitmo Life not making it to fruition was what Horsey and Glenn and all them were talking about last night?
Yeah.
Manuel Chavez, the
little bit.
Hobbit name is Gimp Boy for life. But again, I'm just being an asshole right now because I hate that little snarky doo-doo head and his landlady because he's been lying to her for 4 years.
At this point in time, I think she enjoys being lied to. There's no way she couldn't be aware of what he is at this point.
She wasn't apology from Glenn and Horsey because there was something.
Oh,
they figured out how full of shit that dude was and couldn't follow through on what he was promising. So again, maybe DeFango and her owe them an apology, not the other way around.
Yeah, they owe a few people apologies.
Mm-hmm. Yep, they do. A lot of people owe a lot of people apologies, but they don't have the humility to do it. That's where their egos get in the way, and I'm going to make sure their egos stay in the way.
Yeah.
Yep. Didn't Manny also say he created QAnon at DEF CON 17? But I don't know if he was doing that then when Pamphlet lost the trip code off the 4chan board at the same time. Yeah, the narratives don't match up. The math doesn't even add up. But again, we have merging time phone hacks. What year is it again? 2Q, 21. Next year it'll be 2Q, 22. And your Q++, don't forget. But I'm not Baby Q. That's Austin Steinbart and Jack Chamsley is the Q shaman, and they're all in trouble because of the January 6th stuff.
Yeah. Pretty much the same here, GS. That's pretty much exactly what happened here.
Now, I tried to pop into Glenn's one time to try to give him a heads up about some stuff, and he called me a troll, so I just shut up, and I haven't said anything since. Been thinking about popping over there and staying alone sometime soon to see what happens. Like I says, that's why it's been funny. I don't get blocked as many places as you are. You are blocked in a lot more places than I am.
Yeah. I couldn't believe bloody Uni had blocked me last night.
Oh my God, they're trying to sell that to Lindell? Really? Interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah. See, the mega coalition with Dilly, Vandersteel, Adam Gingrich, and them sure don't work together anymore. Isn't that the facts?
Me too these days, GS.
And I'm the one running in there going, "Fuckity bog, trust the plan. The earth is flat or hollow, baby. I don't know." So you know I can trigger. It's hilarious. Yeah, I taught Zero how to go meow meow and be an idiot. I guess that is the only thing I taught Zero, how to be an idiot.
Well, he got that down all right.
Oh, wow. Thanks for the inside info there, buddy. I won't say anything else because, yeah, that's real interesting. Like I said, the BIS snafu is where there's a lot of problems with the shadow box strategy stuff that involves Ed Batowski, Ken Paxton's, and Trevor Fitzgibbons with Jesselyn Raddick. You see, I don't think any of those people that were involved with that will talk to me. But the people's names I just said might. You know, if I hadn't gotten suspended on Twitter, I used to be able to, and I had DMs running with some of these people, but again, I decided to freaking fight with little skills on Twitter and got suspended for calling her the skank ape for YouTube that she is. Get triggered, little skills, go make me a video. You thought I was going to shut up about you a year ago, you were an idiot. So again, I told you that on DMs and Twitterverse too. Like I said, I'm glad we had this discussion today so other people were able to understand why we're very passionate about this stuff today. You know, I'm sorry certain people came in here and actually were so degrading to a woman with mental health issues. Like I said, it shows their true nature. I expected something.
That just disgusted me. You know, even if you feel like that, who says that? Who actually says it?
Once again, a lot of Jolly, stick around. Stick around.
I mean, I've seen some disgusting shit over the years, but
I'm understanding of what you're saying. Stick around. If you think that was bad, wait a month. You'll be seeing worse. I promise.
I just didn't expect that from him.
I did.
Yeah.
Once again, I expect it all from that crew now. Once again, you can't talk about certain few people like Robot Interiors and then around that whole entire group without them getting triggered. That's just the facts.
Yeah. No, I just found out last night I was blocked in Uni's donut when I went to comment in them.
Yeah, Jolly and me are both blocked on Uni's 2's channel. Like I says, I'm the only one not blocked on the Uni LARPer channel or Uni, whatever his backup Katie Rock bullshit channel is. But again, the fact that his screenshots yesterday were so.
I don't actually give a toss, War. Like, I think, you know, what I actually think of Uni and some of the stuff he's been involved in over the years, you know, I wear it as a badge of honor that I'm actually blocked over there.
Oh, I'm freaking the fact that I'm getting unblocked in certain places is just atrocious to me. Those people are freaking two-faced cowards, and why they think that they can unblock me and come talk to them now after everything they've done, it's just astounding to me. That's what I'm saying. I don't expect anyone to change their behavior. Certain people were making comments in a year, in certain chat rooms a year ago that are going to come back around and bite them in the ass.
Yeah.
They don't know that. I know that.
Yeah.
So they're going to keep going to the chat rooms where they're giving their enemies all the screenshots they need to say, yes, you were talking with these people. You were in cahoots with them. You were a cahooter. She wishes she was a juggalo. She's just my gift girl for life now.
Damn Skippy.
Actually, Random Rants of Ryan, if you don't remember about Defango with, let's see, Random Rants of Ryan, and them with that stuff there, you're right. They both did. They both did that. And then Defango called Thomas on the phone, and then Rance was born the Muffin Man.
That's it, Donut.
Yep.
She'll deny it to the last, but that's it.
No, once again, I've got screenshots of hers from Twitter where she was saying that she was Nathan Stoltman's ex-wife, was a sock account of hers, and some other stuff. She'll deny it all now. But again, I have the screenshots.
Yeah.
She wants me to show them. I can use them as an avatar if I want to. Especially the ones where her in Cheshire, a.k.a. R2, a.k.a. Lestat, a.k.a. Arturo Taviaski,
Yeah.
You know, but Taviaski working with Radix and them over there is kind of an interesting equation out of this little snafu of theirs. Since Billy Ray and all them want to talk with Bishop and them, well, they made their beds. They get to lay in it now.
That's it. Sugar Shine's busted
Not,
love.
yeah, once again, that's...
Yeah, I know it's not.
Okay. We know you're trying to portray that stuff, but again, thank you for the screenshot, you useful person, you. So we're working on the movie right now. We're still in the last stages of finishing the final draft of the screenplay before we start production work. You want a job? You want to be a cameraman, or maybe you can hold a microphone.
And Aaron, you think I don't know about you? You called me a Thomas Muffin? You called me a Thomas Muffin? You called me a Thomas Muffin? Calling me a Thomas Muffin all these years.
I'm not going to make a lie about Sony movies like Thomas Schoenberger did with Bobby Saucerworld and Dowd and all them. That's why I'm going after people who can't spell truth the right way, and I spell it truth. You know, he says, I'm sorry, I have to be kind of petty and point out that there's stupid trolls that can't spell correctly, and they use hashtags and stupid emojis to talk about blue chickens and distracting chat rooms. But again, they come along, so it's good to make an example of certain people.
Yeah.
So
Seaward, yeah, the little stat last worked with Radix recently. Funny
Yeah.
you should ask that. Funny you should ask that.
look at the freaking comment right above yours of GS's, and you'll see that who else is working with that person. And again,
Yeah.
stab me in the back. Try to tell them about this thing called Level 3 Communications with Enron and the Keating 5 real estate bubble that popped back in 28, and they messed it up. And then I already knew that one of those dudes messed up the Avalon Camelot Bases project Gaia stuff, and doesn't explain to people that Good and Wilcox were terminated from that company and falsely accused them of being Satanists. See, they don't explain the lawsuits that happened there.
Yep.
I do. I know the attorneys involved, and I'm going to keep up with this from a factual perspective, not a biased, opinionated perspective, even though I know I have biases and opinions here because of who's trolled me in the last couple of years, because they lied. So, yeah, once again, the Free Zone Josh Reeves stuff is where there's some interesting links and connections right there. But again, I'm not working with the Black Hats or the French Mossad or the good Mossad or the bad Mossad or the SES Serco Five Eyes narrative. I'm actually trying to expose people who messed up with that stuff and then think that QAnon is real, and they're trusting the plan, following the right rabbit, and they don't know that Q2 exists with Delta D codes involved there. Like I says, I didn't create this stuff. I'm trying to expose this stuff. And I'm still making jokes about sex slaves on Mars and a secret space program. If y'all didn't know about Captain Mark Richards and Carrie Cassidy, that's not my fault. Kevin Moore should have put out his documentary, and he never put out anything. Throw that shot.
Oh, hang on a minute. Oh my God.
But see, Thomas's father being a psychologist and him lying about all that stuff, and no one knowing that his own family hates Thomas, brings in Doc Holliday. So again, very interesting things. Oh goody, Cacti Boy's gonna mirror us. Yay!
It's okay. I just give him a little hello in the chat.
Again, once again, he can mirror us. We do not care. Hey, Aaron V. Cox, thank you for mirroring us. I will continue to explain how you and Zero Infinity Lauren were working together for over 2 years after you were exposed working with Rex, the rodent dude. You know Rex, Beware Mouse dude? Oh, 20 years. We've got the video.
Hey, Sock.
Holly, let me handle this. Sock, what do I not deliver on? Exposing your friends?
Wait a minute.
The
Wait a
Coast Guard
minute. Wait a
dumbass
minute.
douche canoe who thinks that there's Anunnaki aliens living in
Wait a minute. He's trying to say, what's this difference now? It goes from supporting to working. Make up your mind of who I'm with and what I'm doing without showing proof there, Cankles. Mr. Cankles, he's talking like he's actually been working out his cankles to hot yoga. My goodness. All right, we got some clips to play. Hold on.
Hey there, darling. How many twisted teas have you had today?
All right, you're out of here. Whoever you are.
Okay.
Which again, if Cax is triggered again, good. I hate that motherfucker. And if he thinks I'm gonna stop talking name about him, the sugar girl, well, sue me. After all the slander and defamation they did, I'm just getting warmed up over here.
You're on bases? That idiot? Just gotta hide the user because I don't need these low IQ trolls in our chat room. I want to have survivors on talking about going through the troubled teen industry and the abuses they survived without these low IQ idiots coming in here trying to distract.
Where this follows Aaron V and Zero Around and other people. I've seen this plenty times. The thing is, I'm actually tracking these IP addresses because I'm a confidential informant for the FBI. I used to work for King Google.
Trust me, dirty stocks are a dime a dozen, and I know that you're just a useful idiot, sock boy. So why don't you go sit on China's dick where you belong?
He was kind of graphic like that right there. Like he's done that before. Like he sat on some phallic units, some phallus units. Anyways, I'm around. I'm doing chores.
Yeah, and if you all think I'm ever going to not talk about China and FK and Freddie.
Oh, you mean like, wait a minute. If people don't talk bad about China and FK and Freddie, that's interesting. Boy, China was going to make me burnt toast in 2016. So I made a hashtag for him, Chittin' is Chonies 3 hashtag, and a couple others. And then all of a sudden, which is really interesting, they get deleted. For some reason, like you couldn't put it in the algorithm or the search, and it wouldn't pull up. Very interesting, huh? Indeed.
Yeah, there's something wrong with you.
Before I get to fake, you can say a bunch of other stuff.
Oh, Hank Shill's in the house.
Once again,
What manner of fuckery do we have today?
you still idiots. Our dime a dozen too here. So again, who should I start ripping into next?
I don't know.
Douglas Dietrich, Leo Zangami, Wano Saven. How about Casey Knight?
We could do that.
No,
Okay, whoever that is, Rex the Warehouse and Aaron Cox for life. Rex is innocent. Yeah, you can fuck off right now.
Hold on a second.
Don't bother coming back.
They're trying to contest it in a court, and too bad you went live with them, Aaron V. Cox. So again, you still went on with someone who was charged with that crime. We've got the video of you saying 20 years of your work was wasted. How are you going to come in here and try to defend that? Literally, you and Zero Infinity cannot debate this with me for 2 years because it happened 2 years ago. Have a good day, Melissa. We'll talk to y'all later. Sorry. Yep, Anus 19 loves it when Darren loves to lick his booty hole. That's right. Yeah, I said
That's it.
Sue me! I want to know a lot more about this Kentucky zombie killing school that Frank Jardine, I think, supposedly runs. Right. Isn't that the narrative?
Well, that's the narrative.
I'm sure people are trying to dig into how this all connects to the Elon school. I didn't need Monty to begin with. I got other people from there, and again, I'll white knight for Monty too because he was falsely accused of killing Joe Bidet. But again, people are asking how this goes back 10 years, and that's how it goes back 10 years ago. What people don't get that people are gonna say crazy things when they're being falsely accused of stuff, like I've been for 2 years because Fango and J-Man and T-Door and all them are calling me a fucking rapist. You don't see them popping up in my chat rooms because I block their dumbasses. At least I don't see them for that reason. But I haven't blocked them. So again,
Yeah, I'm not saying.
they run for a reason. They don't pop
And
up.
I wanted them to come, so, you know, I didn't block them.
And certain few people aren't showing up in our chat room that need to be here so we can explain to them, hey, dude, sorry, Spooky Dookie. You were caught up in this stuff when you called me bot, Russian bot, and all that for a year. You didn't know your friends were the one running into these discords talking all this smack with other people, but that's what I've known with this stuff with Kalindel and Paz and all them for a while. So, I don't think anyone on here is capable to be a YouTube Psychosis's Nurse Ratchet besides Renee. But again, I know, I said another name. But again, if Treach and Renee thought I was going to stop saying their names after they trolled me for 2 years plus now with all this stuff around all these other people we've already mentioned, well, yeah, once again, you thought he was, I thought he was too, but then he blocked both Jolly and I. So again.
Okay, so he's saying that people are saying his name when really people aren't saying his name because he's really not that important. And he's saying, if you quit saying my name, we'll quit. Blah, 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 blah. Dude, you're not that important. No one's been talking about you. Really. Okay. Maybe you and Treach need to have some words, and we'll send out a crew to film your guys' slap fight, your guys' bitch fight. Just don't pull each other's man buns. Okay, we don't want to see any of that. Right, on a live stream. See, we're trying to get Eric Spitfire and Scotty to meet up to fight, right? That's not going to be a slap fight. It might be quick. I don't know which way. It'll be quick. But, hey, you know, at least they're not going to be pulling each other's man buns and checking each other's oil. That's what we're going to see if Treach and Lee meet up. Is immediately man bun pulling, go to the ground, check each other's oil, kiss and make up, and go have frappuccinos together from there, right? Okay, continue.
Whenever they want to make an apology and they want me to stop talking about them, I might think about it. But since Brandon Young and them were fucking saying a lot more sick shit about me 3 years ago, I'm not forgiving. I ain't forgetting. I'm glad to know that y'all work for a Mormon Mossad intelligence network, Sugar Shine and Aaron B. Cox. That's really interesting to know.
Whoa, Mossad Mormon, what? I wonder where he's gonna find that proof at. What a freaking dingleberry. No, seriously, this guy's a dingleberry for coming on with that, thinking, no, it's an FLDS LARP. That we live in Colorado City, Utah, and we have a compound and a radio station there with a lot of women that need the cocks because there's a lot of limp dicks out there, like Jolly Bridgeburner's got to say, right? She's thinking about my phallic symbol, right? My phallus, saying it's soft. But there's a lot of projecting going on around here where she's been used to a lot of soft. So see, that's how the projection works, right? There's plenty of cocks to go around. Put in an application for the compound, ladies. Come on in.
Thank you for the information and the screenshot, you useful idiot troll. Yeah, once again, they're so stupid. They don't realize that coming in and making that channel just shows how stupid they are. I don't have a problem with Sugar. I have a problem with Aaron. Anunnaki Aaron and Zero Infinity are the only two I really have a problem with. Well, besides all the other ones around those two.
Okay, so this LARPy limp here, no, I'm not talking about myself. Mr. P-Pad Lee says he's got a problem with me, but he won't panel up. He doesn't drop the link. Calls me a Mormon Mossad agent right there. You guys caught it. That's great. And I'm the LARPy one, right? Okay, at least I'm not riding the coattails of somebody like Jolly Bridgeburner that's out of the country. Lee can't even get anybody within the country to ride the coattails on or help get his back. I wonder why. He's got to go outside of the country to be able to be a little puppet for Jolly, to sit there and dance around and be funny so she can do bong hits and just sit there and laugh and giggle. Right? That's kind of cucky to me, Lee. So anytime you want to panel up, or maybe, you know what, be interesting, since people are narking off that we've been mirroring his stream, why don't you go into his chat and tell him that when they're done, I will start a StreamYard and he can join in and we can have a debate. And it'll be more than just binaural beats in C60. Okay, and the shunky where he's trying to say I have orgonite minerals. Actually, I don't even know if he knows that isn't orgonite a composite of many minerals? I don't know if he knows that. I don't even know if he knows what the periodical chart is. So he's, hey, people can hate me or whatever all they want. I don't really care, okay? But anytime somebody wants to step up, panel up, okay, even Dinkus isn't even going to do that. Okay, he's just going to go crawling back to Kim. Oh, Kim, I was wrong. I love you guys. Right? Do his rage stream in his chick car. Hey, Dink, your chick car needs an oil change. You've really been in the gas on the uphill on that thing a lot. Put some high mileage. It's a 50-50 synthetic blend. High mileage that you want to go to in that car, okay, from thrashing it so much, okay? That's usually what tweakers do, is thrash chick cars real quick. Just my suggestion. Anyways, we're moving on.
Going around. That. Ta-da! Tyler and the time phone hack. You're right. It is archived in certain places, don't it? But
Yeah.
know the hashtags we were using to track this stuff on Twitter with hashtag Q as a LARP, Thomas the douche canoe. Let's see, LARPing Lepo. Yeah, go check the Tyler hashtag LARPing Lepo and see what all you find.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so glad to see that the stupid fucking trailer park's getting exposed with all the skank apes with freaking.
Okay, Mark Smith, we're going to address you in the chat. He's actually saying that I've been stealing lines from him when the chew toy and the panel up thing, right? He's actually been snagging from me. So we're trying to keep it straight here, okay? It might be a word salad Wednesday, but it isn't up your butt Thursday with BS, okay? So anyway, Smith, you might want to just hold your P's and Q's, all right? And don't even, oh yeah, see, he also stole the chew toy thing. See, I'm already ahead of you. No, I came up with the chew toy thing, and I came up with the panel up, but he's saying I stole it. That's what you guys go around and do, is saying that I'm stealing all this creativity from you, and you're not even the ones on the microphone. What's up with that? Right? You guys. Mark Smith. Oh my gosh. No, he's not the Sparky Marky of all LARPs. Sparky Marky don't got nothing, man. I mean, he might have a wrench, but I mean, that's the most privilege that kudos he's ever gonna get in a chat room. Really. Oh, but wait a minute. Who says that Jones and Marky Smith have my number? I think I might actually have that clip. Let me see real quick. Oh my goodness. I bet you I have that clip of Lee saying that Mark Smith and Mr. Jones have my number.
Wee, I'm a sadfish. I'm a loser, larping loser. They got exposed.
Oh, that's that one. Let's see. Oh, that's
Twiggered. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. I'll find it.
Talk to me, little boy.
Oh, geez, that woman, man. Could you imagine seeing her walking down the alley in Portland with her mascara all screwed up and her fishnets all ripped? She just got off of a two-hour orgy. She's kind of walking all haggard down there. She comes up to you in the alley.
Talk to me, little boy.
Oh, man, all of a sudden, all of them hormones just come rushing right back. She's got all this goo in her hair and everything.
Talk to me, little boy.
Oh, all right. Well, we'll find that clip here after a little bit of Lee saying that Sparky Marky and Mr. Jones have my number.
And who is this Irish woman?
and all that stuff that happened with Trish, the Dish, and Queen Tut, and Monkey Savant. Hey man, Lady Step C, we appreciate all the help you all did for us. We really do. Too bad I knew who Dan freaking Cromer, aka Lepo, was before anyone else did. Oh look, Screech Renfro's in the house. Hey Scribble Shiftskin, how you doing? Oh, Scribble Shiftskin's got hurt butt feelings. Oh, maybe Gollum will put some butternut juice on you and freaking ram you with her freaking. All right.
Okay. Sorry, Screech. Go change your man pong. You're out. Sorry.
Now, once again, I'm going to talk smack about Tiny Nug, Screech Renfro, and his girlfriend, the addict, freaking Gollum. Those motherfuckers better make sure. I'm freaking glad I'm not calling their freaking damn Lyft or Uber, whatever stuff they're working for. Freaking never freaking got any of these people in calls. Never did any of that stuff that other people were doing to them that they wanted to blame me on. Screech Renfro put his own freaking home address into a chat room trying to challenge some other psycho on YouTube, and that dude's got a wife and kids at home. Couldn't believe how stupid that idiot was 2 years ago to do something that stupid. I would never screenshot that and use it against him. But the fact that they've been trying to troll me over Lepo and Aquino, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino stuff now for 2 years. It's kind of funny how they won't go make a video explaining how they were working with Thomas Schoenberger's. Yeah, Treach Renfro. Why did you interview Thomas Schoenberger's on your channel? Why didn't you answer that question?
When you were warned beforehand. That's even more.
Yeah, once again, you did warn.
You were warned beforehand.
Scott Bibler. I can go through names over there too with Wanda. What would Wanda do? The Casey Rock Memorial Day LARP. Oh yeah, I have a screenshot of, let's see, is Scribble Shiftskin over there in Tiffany Mosier's chat room?
Funny that.
Rich. And I've got tons of screenshots to now prove that he was the creator of the Wanda LARP. With the Casey Rock Memorial Day LARP, obviously him and freaking Freddy are in cahoots.
They're cahooters. Oh no.
Yeah, they could have been cool with me and backed off and freaking not done a thing. They decided to do the opposite. So now, let's play. You all wanted to play a game with me. We will play this game. What do I have to lose? What are they going to do? Dox me again? Call me a rapist again? Go work with Glenn Herman and Adam Gingrich and Horsey and Sherry and oh my God, I can run through a bunch of names before I start making jokes about my own friends with their No Balls Blue Yeti crew. Vroom, vroom. Beta Biker Boys, how you like me now? How's that Canadian LARP Patrol working out for you? Good to see you, P7.
Yeah.
Exposed me, boomer. Kombucha. I'm Unirock. I'm the smartest man on the planet. I've got an MK Ultra microphone and a crackhead for a sidekick. Yeah, you got that idiot freaking where's Kev Baker and him today? Funny how certain people aren't friends anymore. Oh, Owen Benjamin, Owen. Funny. Funny. But you gotta have real thick skin and a real twisted sense of humor to make it through YouTube creator camp. Again, I'm not a YouTube creator. I'm just making fun of all the ones who are freaking suing each other over this stuff and then lying about restraining orders. But again, they got a restraining order yesterday. That one happened. Yeah. But again, if they're going to tell a narrative, we're only...
Well, it's a TRO at this point in time. It remains to be seen whether or not it
evolves past
evolves.
That. One to go. But again, that person who was talking about this in their chat room and on their channel yesterday, only telling half the truth is they only know half the truth.
Yeah.
And then you start talking about Creep Show Art and Conspiracy and Nat and etc. over there. Who's getting triggered?
Yeah.
The blue lipstick wearing people, it seems like.
A little bit. Just a little bit.
Ren said stuff. I don't stick around when racist rhetoric is being thrown around in a room.
Yeah.
A ghost.
And as you said the other day, it appears to me it's not just racism, it's reverse racism in its own way. And the fact that so many people have gotten caught up in that and now it's so divisive now.
Well, yeah, because thank God we're not involved in between that road hog issue there with all those other people.
Yeah.
We're just making fun of truckers and beta biker boys, right?
At this point in time, we are, yeah.
Because you know they love those lot lizards in that trailer park.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yep, that's it, War.
I wonder if Fluent's gonna get married. He's gonna get married too. But again, just making jokes.
Maybe Zero's available. Oh, sorry. Roll.
Who would be the top and who would be? Never mind. I'm gonna shut up. Backing up. Gonna back up this short bus. No licking the windows, people.
Strap in. Helmets on.
You know, Seaward, that's a really good question. Why does it have to go to that level? I wish I would have known before a person got 4 restraining orders against Toddy and settled in the court of law with Brown and Soltzy there.
Yeah.
But again, that was the Toddy Katie lawsuit that had nothing to do with the Non-Sequenter Show lawsuit with Kyle Curtis and Steve McRae and all the other people over there, which I didn't really follow that stuff that closely because I just really didn't care. Sorry, I thought that what Steve did was atrocious, saying the penis word so many times with a woman who was a survivor of abuse.
Yep, that was disgraceful.
And now they're trying to detract from that stuff going on. Now, like I said, you all see it. I don't have to explain that much to you. You know? When someone feels comfortable enough to come into our chat room and say that a person deserves what they get, even if they commit suicide, I'm not going to be around people like that. I'm sorry. That person needs to apologize to a lot of people now for saying that in this chat room, because now those people know exactly how callous and cold-blooded he really is. It might even be a female for all we know hiding behind that. That might have been Little Skills for all I know. But again, we know how many people have 30-plus sock accounts. I know Aaron B. Cox and Zero both have over 30 each, because I've seen them all over the place.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Zero admitted to 30, but, you know, let's face it, we all know he does 100 or more.
30 that he had destroyed, because they'd been exposed so much.
Yeah.
But again, when it comes to certain people and other people's channels, talking and saying what they saying over there, the rhetoric is atrocious, and certain people say certain things in certain chat rooms that they shouldn't say. Coming in here and saying things that, well, they didn't read the room, obviously. They don't know how to read the room, and another, don't make fun of people with mental illness. I do not apologize. That is where you are going to cross the line with me every freaking time, and you cross the line with me just because you thought we were cool and friends. No, you crossed that line. We're no longer friends. We are enemies until the amends has been made. I want to see a video. I want to see at least 50 people make videos trying to clean up the snafu of this stuff going back 5 years with stuff around freaking, like it says, Screwy Louie, Boss Biss, Vegan Mikey, Penis Enema. That stuff will come from the High Priest.
Yeah.
Fiona Barnett and the International Tribunal of Natural Justice. I can connect that to Tracy Joe Remington, or no, excuse me, Christina Joanne Hart, Tracy Remington, and Tracy Clement.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Blazin. I don't. But I think there's got to be better ways of dealing with it than...
Yeah, and once again, we will handle that stuff there because they doxed over 500 people, and they're trying to shift blame to the snafu with Yaks and Tiff and them. And we're not going to allow that to happen. Tiffany and Katie were the main ones behind that stuff with him. So everyone can say whoever they want to. I don't give a shit. I'm sticking with the names I know. And once again, of course he would. He's going to print out anything that confirms his biased opinions about stuff when it comes to the never masking Fauci stuff. Yeah, I can't bring up Paul Cottrell and certain other doctors in that. Like I said, I won't go over there and talk with those people because I get blocked out for trying to tell them the truth. but they can't handle the truth. Dude, they've been going at her for a while, War. Yeah. So that's what they do. They call you out by innuendos and stuff. That's where a lot of other people, I think you're doing really well with this, okay? But you got to learn how not to react when they're doing that. That's what they're doing. They're doing it with innuendo. So you go make a video, because that's, like I said, they want to trigger you. They want you to be pissed off and make this ranting video, because they get off on that stuff. That's the one thing I have learned about that stuff. Katie and him will never stop. But I think Katie should rage quit anytime soon now, because she's getting ready to snap.
Nah, it's been like this for years, on and off.
Well, good.
Just now she's sucking on 19's dick the way she is.
Mm-hmm.
She's out and proud with it, rather than sort of being a little bit more
But I'm glad I don't know that whole situation with Tiffany and her husband. That dude should kick her to the freaking curb and make her homeless. That's what he should do. He's going to be such a simp, dumbass, and keep letting her get away with that kind of behavior, and he's going to keep paying her to go online because he's paying for her internet and phone. Then good. Let them keep doing what they're doing. They're going to keep getting what they're getting. And at the end of the day, we're going to expose the people that doxed you in a court of law. And I'm going to make sure that everyone knows not to fuck with my friends, because my friends are real world survivors from real cults. Whether it's the Synanon cult, whether it's the Sea-Doo schools, whether it's an ex-J-Dub or an ex-something else. I have friends that work with the International Cultic Studies Awareness Group. I know a lot more than Rick Ross and Hassan and all those people there. I didn't learn about them until 4 years ago, because some lady down in a Crispy Critter trailer park in Texas started saying I was working with them out of Boston for some reason. With, I do believe, Winter Moon.
Yep.
No, it's an extremely, let's see. Yes, it is. You remember, Donut, you're in the Extreme Karen cult. You didn't know? Maybe Extreme Karen Donut would be hilarious for a new screen name. Ha, ha. But again, your best known, it was Donut Beltman again, son. Once again, if you know Donut's a top quality troll, he's actually quite hilarious. But he shouldn't have flip-flapped from the uni-LARPing squad to the non-uni LARPing squad back again.
Back again.
Yeah.
How did that happen, Donut? How did that happen?
I think the mod revolt didn't work out that well.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Yeah, isn't that interesting? That all those people who mod revolted against the lies
are all back up in there now.
Are going to come back in because they knew that they were wrong to begin with. But then some of them were right, because he was allowing that stuff in his Discord with nuts, freak show and all them to happen. But isn't that interesting that I have to explain this to people now? Maybe one day Uni Rachel and Uni Rock will stop blocking you and me on their channels and actually come speak with us on ours. Not in a hurry. No hurries here. I'll help them out of the snafu they're in because they got in a beef and worked with Corey Good. I got those screenshots too.
Yeah.
Well, again, let's not talk about those blue chicken Commonwealth chanting groups. Some people can take the joke. Some people know how that connects with positive momentum. Kalindel, Austin Moose, and other people from 5 years ago. I never wanted to get in between these groups of people. I was friends with a lot of them for a long time, and then they fighting with each other and me just not picking a side is why they all hate me.
Yep. Well, that's how I got into the wreck with, 19 and some of that crowd. Simply because I wouldn't pick a side. And they deemed that I'd taken a side because I wouldn't jump on board while they were dogging Monty.
And you lost a wrench over that, and that's why you're in the wreck you're in. That's why Dave...
In the Reigns channel, yeah, not in the main channel.
Yeah, once again, I understand.
I don't need a wrench over there.
I did. Lost the wrench in 19s.
Oh, I lost the wrench in 19s.
Thank you.
But, I mean, he only gave me the wrench to start with. When I first went over there was only one wrench at that point in time, and I think it was me. And he only did that simply to jam it up Monty's ass, I think. Because we'd never been friends. I'd never liked the guy. I'd always thought he was a dick fighter. But, that's just how it is.
I comprehend that.
I'm just making it clear for everybody else.
I comprehend that as well. And I'm still going to explain a certain few things to people.
Yeah.
Donut, there is going to be tonight. JJ should never be treated like that by another woman. That's disgusting to see women treating each other like that on YouTube. But again, I've watched this stuff progress for a while. One of the things Jelly and I are going to be doing in the future now, since the snafu has gotten so out of control, is we're going to start.
Because you know, I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about.
Explaining things like what a two-party state and a single-party state means legally, law-wise, when recording and using devices to record other people, since that seems to be a big problem in the community right now. And then we will break down cults, new religious movements, and other things. I don't talk about cults. I talk about high control groups.
These people are pros at emotional extortion and blackmail.
Interdimensional meltdown, quantum LARP bot connections to those IP addresses. And if those names I just mentioned get mad that I'm mentioning their YouTube handles and how those IP addresses connect to each other, well, they should have realized how easy it was to track the metadata in this stuff 3 years ago.
And loaded language and leading language. There are too many different ideologies that are legal out there that people want to label a cult just because it's not their ideology. We live in a country where separation of church and state exists, and the Constitution is it is, so I can use my first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and everything else to discuss this stuff without any legal ramifications, because this is just my hypothetical and theoretical discussion about my own biased opinion.
Yeah.
Nobody asked you for your fucking opinion! Capiche? Okay.
So,
For your fucking opinion!
Jelly, that's not your job. Your job's to keep the Blue Yetis in line, do their nails and stuff.
And yet you've not been doing your job, clearly. Because one of those Yetis a little out of control at the moment.
You were the one who sat there by my side while I let other people start calling me Pleatherman, Aaron V. Koch, you dumbass, two-faced, stupid idiot.
Just
I think
saying.
I agree with you, Beatrix, and I'm picking the Charlotte side. I just want everyone to know that right off the bat. Charlotte does not deserve it. She's an innocent person who got caught up in the dissociative identity disorder discussion and the discussion with Jesse and those people there. Like I said, I do not comprehend what was going on over there in that community for the last 6 months.
Doris is being a baby. Doris is being a baby.
Just watched it play out. I came into that community because of, like I said, what you guys call the teen mom drama. I didn't know that connected to the Moms of Hollywood and all those reality television shows. That's why it shocks me how many people are really following this narrative, that you guys don't really understand how many people are really following this. So, oh yeah, totally. People, like I said, that's the thing, is for the last week, so many people have flip-flop teams now that they're all throwing each other under the bus. Roadhog and that person are good by me.
Yeah.
The rhetoric and the stuff and the stuff, I don't think, and that's what's kind of sad. I don't think some of those people knew that that talk over there in that pocket is that bad. But again, certain people were trying to reach out to that dude to get him to stop using that, and he just doubled down on that stuff. And then he basically isolated and called all women over 40 witches, and if they were of light skin, they were against him.
Yeah.
So it says, I wish that guy hadn't done that to himself.
And yet, you know, a lot of the women, or most of the women, it seems to be the case, that were defending him and defending his free speech, bigoted as it may be, in my opinion, they were white women themselves, you know.
That's where they all are no longer doing that. There's only a couple of those people still doing that because, like I said, they want to be loyal to their friend. They don't get what that person.
I get that.
Them look bad, so they're going to have to deal with the consequences of their actions now.
Aaron V. Cox is someone who needs very close scrutiny.
So that's why I'm glad you and I can discuss this stuff in a civilized manner with a lot of people in the chat room, because I want this broken down. I want people to not hate each other because they were on a team.
Yeah.
They're not a cult. It's not a cult. It's a YouTube channel.
That's it. I don't know what the deal is with Infinity there, Loyal.
Aaron Cox. A disgusting, drug-pushing Aaron Cox.
I really don't.
Once again,
What I would say, I wouldn't trust either of those fuckers as far as I could throw them. So, you know, whether they're working together or not's irrelevant to me at this point in time.
yeah, like I said, we don't know anymore. 2 years ago, they were all up in each other's chat rooms.
Yeah.
You see, they come into here and try to distract and talk smack. You see it. It's easy to spot now. That's what it sucks so much that I have to sit here and explain to people how easy this is to see who's coming in.
You came on the stream and you were slurring and screaming like an idiot.
And white knighting for who? And who's it okay to go and attack? I'm the one who's attack me. Leave Jolly alone.
Well, you know, don't attack Lee either unless he's done something to warrant being attacked for. And that's where half the problem is.
Igor, Loose, Cannon, Freddie, China done all them for the last 2 years now because of what we wanted to do, Casey Rock Memorial Day stuff, is why I'm getting attacked by that whole crew. So again, I don't mind those people trying to do that. They're showing their true colors and everyone else is seeing them for what they are. I won't change. I don't want to be hated on YouTube by a bunch of people because someone called me a rapist. But that's not the worst thing I've been called.
Seriously, Aaron? You're the real shill here. You haven't exposed nobody. All you do is nitpick at everybody that you think that doesn't believe in your ideology. You're the one who's a shill, and I've woken plenty of people up. And yeah, I am a demon slayer. Seriously, Aaron?
Sadly, I know it's not.
Thomas trying to attack me and my own family about a bunch of stuff is why people don't get the passion I hate Thomas with is comparable to the same passion I hate DeFango with.
Yeah.
I don't like living with that much hatred and just wanting to destroy people. But I never lied about a Bitcoin reward like DeFango did.
Yeah.
You know, if DeFango was so rich, why does he need to go shack up with the landlady?
The landlady. Cut it out. I'm not saying.
So, no, Laura, that's why I'm really careful. Like I said, I know second gens. I know people who were born into cults, and they're because their parents were that religion, and I've seen the ramifications of them having to leave that stuff. They lose their family and all their friends. Me trying to speak out against it has cost me a lot of good friends in my family. So I don't ever belittle that stuff. I try to be as respectful of that because, like I said, as Amanda Householder with Circle of Hope came to me 3 years ago, and 3 years of me trying to learn what the whole IFD, Duggar family stuff is. Even it was a whole new world for me.
Sucking on a glass phallic bong.
I'm just not trying to impress people with my tiny nugs, like Gollum and Screechar.
So, you know, I'm glad that a lot of people didn't listen to these idiots who've been running around on, like I says, you go and look my name up on YouTube, you'll see people making very horrific videos about me. They've been going back 4 years now. That's what I'm saying. Those people don't know. I'm going to freaking download that and save it until I find out who their name is. The real world name is not their avatar YouTube handle name. So there's a couple of people like Little Skills who I would love to find their real name.
Her question is not like, I'm not trying to
I wouldn't
argue
take
love
them to court
doesn't exist.
yet.
I'm asking
being the key word
ultimately
there.
why this
Again, they want to stop trolling me and
fragile
start coming
emotion
correct
that
and
is so
explaining
easily
things.
brought out, and maybe that's where we
something
you
I
know
wouldn't
what we've become
mind
over
happening.
time.
Is people who can't
So-
discern the difference because we've been
Well,
skewed and
that's on the
manipulated.
biggest one out there. When it comes to the Plymouth Brethren with Charlie Ward and the Order of the Nine Angles stuff,
We can't
there's a lot of
discern
stuff
the
that connects to the
difference 'cause
Game
we've been
23 with the
skewed and
smiley face
manipulated.
killers in that group there. So I'm glad I
But
know
ultimately, love.
who's been doing that research.
Yeah.
So you know, and like I says, that's why I'm sitting here going, damn, I didn't want to understand new religious movements. I had to because of the Synanon cult stuff that I didn't realize I was involved with until I was in my 30s. You know, I knew that Synanon started the Seed of Schools. I just didn't know it was one of the most abusive cults ever on the planet. But again, what was started in California in the 50s and doesn't exist because it was kicked out of California still exists in Germany today. But again, it's a heroin, rehab, pottery thing only. So again, I think that that's good for people that need it over there. But again, like I said, I've done a lot of research into this stuff. I didn't understand it 4 years ago as well as I understand it today. You know, and since Aspen Education Group and Daytop Village and all these wilderness boot camps places connect together, it, like I said, I try to explain people, it's hard for me to talk about that stuff because I know what I'm talking about. I know what these other people besides me went through. I didn't have it nearly as bad as most of the people who went through these institutions. So that's why I'm just kind of careful. I want my friends to know that this is a safe space. They can come in here, say what they want, as long as it's not atrociously going after an individual because they just don't like it.
Starring David Carradine.
I was brought up in a government training center to be just what I am, the best driver on earth.
Death Rate.
I don't know enough about that stuff. Like I said, there's a lot of people, GPK and all of them, I'm still been cool with the whole time, dude. You got to remember that. The beef between Defango and Uni is Defango's fault. Defango and Glenn attacked Uni in the Megaco thing, and that's where I'm going to say, well, again, I don't want people to be distracted because they don't know the whole narrative that you know, John, that very well. You know about Timothy Homestead, Field McConnell, David Hawkins, and the Able Danger stuff. A lot of other people don't. And they don't know about Quinn Michaels coming into that stuff with the directed energy weapon or microwave stuff. What, you think I'm stupid like you are? What, you think I'm stupid like you are? You got to be more specific there, buddy. The one individual that you're talking about, I'm not sure which one you're talking about. That's the problem. I use Screwy Louie and Roger Ramsel Richards with the Backyard Brawl stuff as my main point hub there with what happened in the Daniel John Lee lawsuit. So I hope that explains things a little bit better.
So you are dumb. You are the shill. And I'm not talking
about myself, and I will always be a demon slayer.
Like I said, it's very difficult for me to try to explain this. I mean, seriously, Jolly and me have kind of been arguing about this stuff a little bit because it's hard for her to comprehend that, hey, I only understand part of this stuff. I need all of y'all's help to understand it better. But like I said, as her living in Australia, me living in America, there were linguistical issues because of slang being used and stuff in here. And like I said, that's where me and her were bumping heads for actually a while.
Quite some time.
I'm making jokes about barbecues and putting shrimps and making me a flossers. And then I'm also having to explain what a blooming onion and our Outback Steakhouse is.
They're not a thing.
Go ahead. Please go look for it. Aaron, I like that. It would be nice. And then we can compare human beings and see who's a lying phony, and then we can see who's not lying at all, never was. You can say that all you want.
In Australia, people, okay?
Yep. Okay, I don't know, Jelly, but like I said, Nexium, the Finders cult, Nexium cult, Earhart seminar training stuff with the Brofmans and all that stuff connects together. That's the research I've been doing. That's what I've been doing. I'm connecting that stuff. So the Finders cult with Marion Petit and all that stuff it is what it is. When I was looking and doing research into the Hand of Death cult with Henry Lee Lucas and those kind of left-hand path, satanic, new age woo-woo cults, I just didn't know how many there were in America. I was surprised to find them all around me. So
I've decided to set all my videos on private because of Mike, Becky, and Lori for proving to me that they're done with all of this.
That's why I'm sitting here going, is when it comes to these multi-level marketing companies connecting to Herbalife, Nexium, Earhart Seminar Training, Landmark Forums, LifeSpring Seminars, Size Seminars, Holiday Magic, etc., there's tons of names. I've been trying to memorize this stuff for 5 years, and I think the fact that I've actually memorized most of it is why I confuse people so much.
Yep. For me. That's why I have to have my freaking notebook when we're doing this. It's a lot of information.
Like I said, if I hadn't worked at Primerica and other companies that do that stuff, like I said, it took me a long time to be able to spot that stuff easier.
Yeah.
Like I said, direct sales, you know, Lululemon, how this stuff all does connect together. It's a fascinating story, but most people don't know. I've been doing research for 5 years to write my own book. I don't think I'll ever write a book now. I'd rather do a podcast and hopefully get a production work and make a documentary about this stuff, because there's not one out there. The This Is Paris documentary really explains Provo Canyon School and a lot of this stuff with the troubled teen industry.
I like this character. I like this character.
But there's a lot more information out there than just the WAFS survivor group, which was the Breaking Code Silence, the WAFS survivor group. I see Survivor was all a part of this stuff with Paris.
What do you mean by that, Blazing?
The just broken down.
Oh, okay.
You know, it's compartment.
Sorry, it's a little different here. Just threw me for a minute.
Like I said, I understand what you're saying, Beatrice, but I would say it just a little bit differently. I would say you weren't an evangelistic one. Because I was. Because I think that's one of the things me and you I've been chatting with you in the chat rooms for a little bit. And because you think I'm stupid like you are? I just knew who Oral Roberts was, that the right-wing evangelistic Christian stuff is just not the same as normal other stuff there with Dominionism and Calvinism and other, just like I said, it's Baptist stuff. I don't quite get it, you know. Like I said, I went to Montessori school. I went to an Augustinian Catholic school before I went to military school, before I got locked up by my own parents for 2 years in that Sea-Doo Cascade school.
I intend to make sure I expose you and everyone around you who's been running around for 2 years gaslighting and harassing people.
So again, I get how confusing this is. I wish, like I said, as 5 years ago, one of the things a lot of people don't know is I wanted to stop telling my story 5 years ago, because I always get to that point where everyone's eyes just kind of glaze over and they're just like, holy crap. I'm like, holy no, it wasn't that bad. I went to a freaking, school. Yeah, I was institutionalized and I had to drink the Kool-Aid to get out. But still, sorry about that. I put my phone on silent.
We don't have safety. We don't have victory. Oh, that's autistic. No, it's because I'm living in reality.
It was a hard thing for me to, a lot of you all don't know, I read an article 10 years ago that said my high school, AA, Alcoholics Anonymous, and all this stuff came from the same group of people. And since I knew who Dr. Bob and Bill Wilson were, I was just like, okay, Bill was involved, but not Dr. Bob, so there's a little technicality there. But that little technicality opened the world for me of understanding where this behavior modification stuff originated back in the Brown schools of Texas with Lester Roloff evangelical schools in the 40s. So yeah, it took me studying and reading every book about this stuff. And like I said, I'm glad I've done the research. I'm glad I've spent the time to comprehend this stuff so I can help out a certain few people out there. But that's it. People don't get. I'm not helping every cult survivor out there. I'm only trying to help the ones that went through these institutions that are the troubled teen industry stuff. And since most of them were shipped off to Mexico and other places, it does make explaining this teen choice, teen challenge, dare, scared straight, tough love stuff to people. Because I'm
probably not fit to rule, but I think about it a lot.
To explain what tough love is. And most people don't like that. People can rationalize and justify behavior because they're using tough love. So, again, thank you all for coming by today.
So no, I agree with that. Okay.
No, once again, like I says, the traditions, the steps in the tradition stuff I can break down. Like I says, I made a moral inventory, I came to believe, made a decision, did a 10th step, worked with those officers. I like Al-Anon. Sorry, this is the group I prefer the most. If people need help with addiction stuff, Al-Anon is one of the most supportive groups because it's family members of addicts who have dealt
They don't make many people like me anymore.
with this stuff for years. So I always just prefer Al-Anon.
They don't make many people like me anymore.
All right, we out of here?
Yep, thank you all for being here. Really appreciate it. Some of you guys have been, some of the, like I said, I've really supported what you all are doing out there, but I don't know how to explain it very well, but I appreciate the support I get from you all because I didn't expect to be dealing with this stuff 3 years ago. And I want it to get easier for me and Jolly just to have a good time on YouTube. So thanks again, everybody, for coming by. I hope you all have a good day. We'll see you all later.
Got you guys.
They don't make many people like me anymore. They don't make many people like me anymore.
Nobody likes you, fellow man.
I like fellow man. I like fellow man.
I like it that way. I like it that way. That means I'm doing something right.
I think looking good while you're doing something is half the battle. I like clothes with a lot of style and a lot of flair.
Hart, Schaffner, and Marks makes the kind of clothes O.J. Simpson wears, and the kind of clothes Jack Nicklaus wears.
I go for the easy look. That's my kind of style. And I like the British double knits. So we put them all together in the Jack Nicklaus collection. That's my kind of clown.
I bet you didn't know Hart, Schaffner, and Marks made clothes like that.
We make clothes for all kinds of swingers.
PRC2, Houston's home for news.
New at 6, a Houston area woman wanted after investigators say she shared nude photos of a man after she demanded money.
We've reported on these types of incidents in the past, but they've become so common, it's become a new type of sex crime in this digital age that we're all living in now. Our Andy Sirota live in our newsroom tonight with the story that you'll see only on 2. Andy?
Chris, Dominique, in this case, the roles are reversed. The 22-year-old man identified as the victim in court papers did not want to talk on camera. We did some digging and found this type of crime is remarkably common and has many different names, one being sextortion.
A 20-year-old League City woman accused of what some prosecutors often refer to as sextortion after a 22-year-old man from LaPorte claims Kayla Meredith posted the nude photos he sent her on social media after he refused to pay her money. According to court papers, the nude photos were sent on Snapchat. Both agreed they would not be shared with anyone. Meredith then threatened to send the naked images to his friends if he did not send her $500 transferred over Venmo as soon as possible. When he didn't comply, court papers state she responded by creating a group chat on Instagram, adding multiple individuals to that group chat. According to a recent survey, sextortion is happening across a wide number of platforms, with 54% saying social media was the most common place to be threatened. The FBI calls sextortion an online threat to kids and teens. According to its website, they've seen a huge number of cases involving children and strongly encourage those who are being exploited to contact their local FBI field office or make the complaint over the phone or report it online.
Meredith is charged with unlawful disclosure of intimate visual material. Our attempt to contact her was unsuccessful. If convicted, she could face up to a fine of $4,000 and a year in jail. Live in the newsroom, Andy Sirota, KPRC 2 News.
People should not be walking around with masks. Let me just state for the record that masks are not theater.
wearing a mask might make people feel a little bit better. And masks are protective, but it's not providing the perfect protection that people think that it is.
There has not been any indication that putting a mask on and wearing a mask for a considerable period of time has any deleterious effects.
There are unintended consequences. People keep fiddling with the mask and they keep touching their face.
And can you get some schmutz sort of staying inside there?
Of course.
You do not need to wear a mask indoors if, in fact, you've been vaccinated. Good that you're vaccinated, but in a situation where you have people indoors, particularly crowded, you should wear a mask.
So even if you are vaccinated, you should wear a mask. If in fact you are vaccinated, fully vaccinated, you are protected, and you do not need to wear a mask outdoors or indoors. When the children go out into the community, you want them to continue to wear masks.
You know, if you look at children outside, particularly when they're with the family, walking down the street, playing a game or what have you, don't have to wear a mask.
The Academy of Pediatric actually makes that recommendation that children should be wearing masks from 2 years old onward.
And you're asking now, if your child is a member of your household, can you walk outdoors with your child without a mask? According to that chart, the answer is yes.
But the child can't, not to beat it to death.
Yes.
Because now the CDC says, I think I've got this right. 1 mask is better than 0 masks. 2 masks is better than 1 mask. But you don't have to have double masks. Is that right?
It became clear that cloth coverings that you didn't have to buy in a store, that you could make yourself, were adequate. And
somebody get the freaking aliens off my TV.
Want it to fit better. So one of the ways you could do it, if you would like to, is put a cloth mask over, which actually here and here and here, where you could get leakage in, is much better contained.
Are you a double masker, Dr. Fauci? Look like you are.
They don't make many people like me anymore.
Let me get this out of the way real quick. This video I am producing may or may not contain video or article informations owned by another party, but due to the nature of this video being for informational and educational purposes, it is exempt from a copyright strike. That being said, I can honestly say that I do have to do this video due to the ignorance of baltards. See, anytime you try to tell these baltards anything, they just resolve into insults, calling you stupid and ignorant and non-understanding, Dunning-Kruger recipient of the year reward, and all this other bullshit. They won't listen and they won't investigate anything for themselves. And with the flat earth people, they do go out and gather information and data and compile it together, and with a reason and logical thought and common sense, they will sort through and come to a conclusion, usually non-biased, non-opinionated conclusion, because they're generally searching for truth, where these baltards just regurgitate the bullshit that they've been instructed to believe. This all stems down from this baltard right here, Rob LaFleur, listening to this baltard idiot right here, Wolfie6020, who silenced me clear back in the end of 2017, I believe, only because on every one of his new videos I had copy and paste comment that I was putting on his videos pertaining to what this video is about. And you'll notice here on this video, I even put the Earth's supposed rotation as being clockwise, kind of thinking that one of these baltards down here that are commenting on this video would mock my presentation of having a clockwise orbital path around the sun, but yet none of them even mentioned it. But they did, however, mention that my airplanes being so far away from Earth that they are actually spaceships and not airplanes. And is what my comment pertained to Wolfie was about gravity and how it's so selective. I told him, I said, Wolfie, you're claiming to be a pilot. Tell me how gravity works. When your plane is on the tailing side of the orbital path the Earth takes around the sun, gravity would out of necessity have to pull the plane towards the Earth so that the plane didn't get left behind in space. And on the same
You're not going to learn much by looking at lights in the sky, but you will learn a lot by talking to people who've been on the ship.
token, Wolfie, your plane on the leading side of the supposed orbital path of the Earth around the sun, the gravity would have to push the plane away from the Earth so the speed of the Earth didn't plow into the plane, causing severe damage and death. And rather than addressing this comment, this idiot, Wolfie6020, just ghosted me from his channel.
Aaron Cox, everyone sees him everywhere, recruiting people.
I didn't know it at first until I wasn't getting any comments on my, or replies to my comments, and so I got on my wife's computer on videos of Wolfies that I had posted my comment, and getting on my wife's computer on the same videos, my comments were not there. So, but they did appear when I was on my computer as if they were on his video site. So he just ghosted me rather than address the selectiveness of gravity. That's how big of an idiot this Wolfie6020 is.
I'm very paranoid as well, and you have good reason to be paranoid, so I'm not going to judge you for being paranoid, but people need to realize that showing emotion on the internet the way fellow man did doesn't improve your credibility.
He's an airline pilot that kicks the tires to check the air pressure when a NASCAR pit crew throws a pressure gauge on the tires and bring them to within 1/4 of an inch of foot per square inch pressure in the tire. But this idiot Wolfie just kicks the tire and says, yep, that's good. And he also is the first one to ever mention the 60 nautical miles for 1 degree of curvature in this entire 6.5 years I've been investigating the reality of where we live, the level Earth. And I don't know if he can read or not, but right here it says, what is the difference between a mile and a nautical mile? Each mile of latitude is 60 minutes or 60 miles. 1 knot is 6,076 feet, whereas a statute mile is 5,280 feet.
Dude, if we go to civil court, you know you're gonna lose big time. You are gonna lose so bad. And stop saying I called the cops on you, because the only reason that
I called the cops is because you said you were gonna call the cops, so I awared my cops that you are gonna be calling the cops to make up a bunch of shit.
Is what that. But right here, let's get back to this Globetard, being supported by Where's Waldo Globetard, in this attempting to swear in testimony to prove Daniel Pratt wrong, where Daniel Pratt vehemently stated an honest pilot, when this idiot here, I would not trust to pilot a piece of shit across the yard in a wheelbarrow. Anyway, let's listen to what he has to say about the autopilot and the 1 degree curvature for 60 nautical miles, and then I'll get on to my...
Okay, part 2, the swearing. Let's do it.
I, Rob, known on YouTube as Wolfie6020, swear by Almighty God that the evidence I shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. With my hand now on the Bible, in recognition of NASA and all good and decent men on this earth, I swear that my aircraft, when on autopilot, is constantly making adjustments to maintain a desired pressure level, and by doing so, it is accurately following the curvature of the Earth at the rate of 1 degree of curve per 60 nautical miles.
God, I heard enough. I can't stand that bitch. Anyway, so you heard him straight out say 1 degree of curvature per 60 nautical miles. Now, I already showed you here that is latitude. Each degree of latitude, 60 nautical miles. See, this here is from the Graham Hancock, and they're trying to figure out the pyramids and the moons and everything. Has nothing to do with the flat earth, but is what they did is they went ahead and they put in the statute miles, the 1 degree curvature drop, because they're looking for the number of degrees in a mile. And so if you break out the calculator, and right here on the equator, 1 degree equals 70 statute miles. So you take 70 statute miles and times that by 5,280 feet. That gives you a distance of 369,600 feet. You divide that by 6,076 feet per nautical mile, and there's your 60 nautical miles per 1 degree. Now, you notice that only works with the circumference of 25,000 miles for the 60 nautical mile per 1 degree of curvature drop. See, let's come up here to the 40. And right here, let's back up a little bit. Right here at the 25,000 mile circumference is the only place that the 8 inches per mile squared curvature drop works. It doesn't work here at 24.8. It doesn't work here at the 20th degree, the 30th, the 40th, where also the Josh Nowicki Mirage of Chicago just so happens to be on the, look down there in the right corner, 41 degree. He took it from Grand Mirror State Park, and that's still 41 degrees. So you can basically say that he is at the 41 degree that only has a circumference of 19,080 miles, which is lacking 6,920 miles from the 25,000 mile circumference. Therefore, the 8 inches per mile squared is increased significantly here. It's not 8 inches per mile squared anymore up here as it is down here. And I'll show you, because right here at the 19,080 mile circumference, the 1 degree curvature drop is equal to 53 statute miles. So now we get 53 statute miles, multiply that by 5,280 equals 279,840 feet. You divide that by the number of feet per nautical miles, and lo and behold, right here on the 40th, going east to west, it only takes 46 nautical miles for 1 degree of curvature drop. See how that works? That's how that works. You come up here to the 60 degree, the radius is, the circumference is 12,600 miles. So it's less even more. 1 degree of curvature is 35 statute miles. You want to see what that is? 35 statute miles times 5,280 feet per mile. Divide that by the 76 of the nautical mile feet, and you have in 30 miles nautical miles. See how that works? That's how that works. And it doesn't matter if you slice it this way either. The only way your longitude works is if you go from 0 around and back through 0. That's the only way you're going to get your 24,901 miles. And so Joshua, his skyline picture actually has a lot more curvature that should be hiding his picture. And this idiot right here, about 3 hours after I explained to him that, came back and said, have you figured out that if you move 60 nautical miles in any direction from anywhere on Earth, that's 1 degree of the circumference? Now you see how idiotic these baltards are. They just absolutely refuse to listen, to apply their own common sense, logic, and wisdom and reason to any factor, and just regurgitate what they have been instructed to believe. Anyway, I hope that's comprehensive enough to make you guys understand that the 8 inches per mile squared is only relevant to 24,901 miles in circumference. And there is a lot less lines on this ball that equal 24,901 miles than there are lines on this ball that actually do equal a 24,901 mile circumference. Anyway, I hope that made a lot of sense to a lot of people, because that was 2 videos that I actually wrapped up into one. Thanks for watching. And
what, you think I'm stupid like you are? Whee! Yaxley and Scotty Karate got your number. Think
Don't
about
sit in the corner and cry for a few seconds there, Aaron.
That Yaxley and Scotty Karate have your number, Aaron V. Cox. So does Marky Mark. So does Mr. Jones. So does everybody here right now, Aaron V. Cox.
Virologist at La Jolla Institute for Immunology concludes from his experiments that the amount of immune memory gained from natural infection would likely prevent the vast majority of people from getting hospitalized disease, severe disease for many years. In this study, which was published in Science, Dr. Crotty showed that antibody levels stayed relatively constant with only modest declines over 6 to 8 months. Dr. Crotty reported that, notably, memory B cells specific for the spike protein, or RBD, were detected in almost all COVID-19 cases with no apparent half-life at 5 to 8 months after infection. In other words, Dr. Crotty found significant evidence of long-term immunity after COVID infection. Furthermore, Dr. Crotty noted B-cell memory to some other infections has been observed for as long as 60-plus years after smallpox vaccination, or even 90 years after a natural infection with influenza. That was a woman who got the Spanish flu, still showed immunity 90 years later. So rather than being pessimistic towards people gaining immunity after they've had COVID or had a vaccine, studies argue for significant optimism. In fact, there have been no scientific studies arguing or proving that infection with COVID does not create immunity. There have been no studies showing significant numbers of reinfections. Of the 30 million Americans who have had COVID, only a handful of reinfections have been discovered. In fact, the New York Times reported last fall more than 38 million people at the time worldwide had been infected with the coronavirus, and as of that date, fewer than 5 of these cases had been confirmed by scientists to be reinfections. Scientists interviewed for the article concluded, in most cases, a second bout with the virus produced milder symptoms or none at all. Given that no scientific studies have shown significant numbers of reinfections of patients previously infected or previously vaccinated, what specific studies do you cite to argue that the public should be wearing masks well into 2022?
I'm not sure I understand the connection of what you're saying about masks and reinfection. We're talking about people who have never been infected before.
You're telling everybody to wear a mask, whether they've had an infection or a vaccine. What I'm saying is they have immunity, and everybody agrees they have immunity. What studies do you have that people that have had the vaccine or have had the infection are spreading the infection? If we're not spreading the infection, isn't it just theater?
No, it's
not.
not.
The vaccine and you're wearing 2 masks. Isn't that theater?
No, that's not. Here we go again with the theater. Let's get down to the facts. Okay, the studies that you quote from Crotty and Sete look at in vitro examination of memory immunity, which in their paper they specifically say this does not necessarily pertain to the actual protection. It's in vitro.
And what study can you point to that shows significant reinfection? There are no studies that show significant
let me finish the response to your question, if you please. The other thing is that when you talk about reinfection and you don't keep in the concept of variants, that's an entirely different ballgame. That's a good reason for a mask. In the South African study conducted by J&J, they found that people who were infected with wild type and were exposed to the variant in South Africa, the 351, it was as if they had never been infected before. They had no protection. So when you talk about reinfection, you've got to make sure you're talking about wild type. I agree with you that you very likely would have protection from wild type for at least 6 months if you're infected. But we in our country now have variants that are circulating.
Significant reinfection. What study shows significant reinfection, hospitalization, and death after either natural infection or the vaccine? It doesn't exist. There is no evidence that there are significant reinfections after vaccine. In fact, I don't think we have a hospitalization in the United States after the 2-week period after the second vaccination.
Yeah,
you have a death in the United States.
You're not hearing what I'm saying about variants. We're talking about wild type versus variants.
And
now,
what proof is there that there are significant reinfections with hospitalizations and death from the variants? None in our country. Zero.
Well, because we don't have a prevalent of a variant yet. We're having one, can I finish? We're having 117 that's becoming more dominant.
Policy based on conjecture.
No, it isn't based on conjecture.
Variants, so you want people to wear a mask for another couple years.
No.
You've been vaccinated and you parade around in 2 masks for show.
No.
You can't get it again. There's virtually 0% chance you're going to get it, and yet you're telling people that have had the vaccine, who have immunity. You're defying everything we know about immunity by telling people to wear a mask who've been vaccinated.
No.
Instead, you should be saying there is no science to say we're going to have a problem from the large number of people being vaccinated. You want to get rid of vaccine hesitancy? Tell them they can quit wearing their mask after they get the vaccine. You want people to get the vaccine? Give them a reward instead of telling them that the nanny state's going to be there for 3 more years and you got to wear a mask forever. People don't want to hear it. There's no science behind it.
Well, let me just state for the record that masks are not theater. Masks are protective. And we
have immunity there, theater. If you already have immunity, you're wearing a mask to give comfort to others. You're not wearing a mask because of any science.
I totally disagree with you.
Dr. Fauci, if you could respond so that we can understand the difference between the virus itself and the variants and the reason for a mask.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I can't.
If you could respond to the question so that we could all understand the difference between the vaccine in controlling the wild type versus the variants that are out there and the reason for wearing a mask, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, yes. First of all, when you have a variant, you have an immunity that you get with convalescent sera and the same sort of thing. If I vaccinate you or me against the wild type, you get a certain level of antibody that's specific for a particular viral strain. If there's a circulating variant, you don't necessarily have it. You have some spillover immunity to be sure, but you diminish by anywhere from 2 to 8-fold the protection. So the point I'm saying is that there are variants in now circulating. The point that Senator Paul was making was that if you look at wild type only, there is some clear-cut credence to what he's saying. But we are living right now in a situation where we're having a dominance of 117, which was the original UK. We have a very troublesome variant in New York City, a 526. We've got 2 variants in California, a 427, 429, and we have a number of others. So we're not dealing with a static situation of the same virus. That was the only point I'm making.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Senator Murphy.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Dr. Fauci, thank you for setting an example over the course of the last year for Americans. You have made it clear that masks save.
Dr. Fauci, we don't know whether the pandemic started in a lab in Wuhan or evolved naturally, but we should want to know. 3 million people have died from this pandemic, and that should cause us to explore all possibilities. Instead, government authorities, self-interested in continuing gain-of-function research, say there's nothing to see here. Gain-of-function research, as you know, is juicing up naturally occurring animal viruses to infect humans. To arrive at the truth, the U.S. government should admit that the Wuhan Virology Institute was experimenting to enhance the coronavirus's ability to infect humans. Juicing up superviruses is not new. Scientists in the U.S. have long known how to mutate animal viruses to infect humans. For years, Dr. Ralph Barrick, a virologist in the U.S., has been collaborating with Dr. Shi Zhengli of the Wuhan Virology Institute sharing his discoveries about how to create super viruses. This gain-of-function research has been funded by the NIH. The collaboration between the U.S. and the Wuhan Virology Institute continues. Doctors Barrick and Shi worked together to insert bat virus spike protein into the backbone of the deadly SARS virus, and then used this man-made supervirus to infect human airway cells. Think about that for a moment. The SARS virus had a 15% mortality. We're fighting a pandemic that has about a 1% mortality. Can you imagine if a SARS virus that's been juiced up and had viral proteins added to it, to the spike protein, if that were released accidentally? Dr. Fauci, do you still support funding of the NIH funding of the lab in Wuhan?
Senator Paul, with all due respect, you are entirely and completely incorrect that the NIH has not ever and does not now fund gain-of-function research in the Wuhan Institute.
Do they fund
of
Dr.
Virology.
Barrick?
We do not fund.
Do you fund Dr. Barrick's gain-of-function research?
Dr. Barrett does not doing gain-of-function research, and if it is, it's according to the guidelines, and it is being conducted in North Carolina.
You
Not
don't think
in
inserting
China.
a bat virus spike protein that he got from the Wuhan Institute into the SARS virus is gain of function?
That is
you would
not-
be in the minority because at least 200 scientists have signed a statement from the Cambridge Working Group saying that it is gain of function.
Well, it is not. And if you look at the grant and you look at the progress reports, it is not gain of function, despite the fact that people tweet that.
So
they
do you
write
still
about it.
support sending money to the Wuhan Virology Institute?
We do not send money now to Wuhan
Do you
Virology
support
Institute.
sending money? We did under your tutelage. We were sending it through EcoHealth. It was a sub-agency and a sub-grant. Do you support the money from NIH that was going to the Wuhan Institute?
Let me explain to you why that was done. The SARS-CoV-1 originated in bats in China. It would have been irresponsible of us if we did not investigate the bat viruses and the serology to see who might have been
Or
infected
perhaps it would be
in China.
responsible to send it to the Chinese government that we may not be able to trust with this knowledge and with this incredibly dangerous viruses. Government scientists like yourself who favor gain-of-function research.
I don't favor gain-of-function research in China. You are saying things that are not correct.
Government defenders of gain-of-function, such as yourself, say that COVID-19 mutations were random and not designed by man. But interestingly, the technique that Dr. Barrick developed forces mutations by serial passage through cell culture that the mutations appear to be natural. In fact, Dr. Barrick named the technique the no-see-em technique because the mutations appear naturally. Nicholas Baker in the New York Magazine said nobody would know if the virus had been fabricated in a laboratory or grown in nature. Government authorities in the U.S., including yourself, unequivocally deny that COVID-19 could have escaped a lab. But even Dr. Shi in Wuhan wasn't so sure. According to Nicholas Baker, Dr. Shi wondered, could this new virus have come from her own laboratory? She checked her records frantically and found no matches. That really took a load off my mind, she said. I had not slept for days. The director of the gain-of-function research in Wuhan couldn't sleep because she was terrified that it might be in her lab. Dr. Barrick, an advocate of gain-of-function research, admits the main problem that the Institute of Virology has is the outbreak occurred in close proximity. What are the odds? Barrick responded, could you rule out a laboratory escape? The answer in this case is probably not. Will you, in front of this group, categorically say that the COVID-19 could not have occurred through serial passage in a laboratory?
I do not have any accounting of what the Chinese may have done, and I'm fully in favor of any further investigation of what went on in China. However, I will repeat again, the NIH and NIAID categorically has not funded gain-of-function research to be conducted in the Wuhan Institute of
We do
Virology.
support it in the U.S. We have 11 labs doing it, and you have allowed it here. We have a committee to do it, but the committee has granted every exemption. You're fooling with Mother Nature here. You're allowing super viruses to be created with a 15% mortality. It's very dangerous, and it was a huge mistake to share this with China, and it's a huge mistake to allow this to continue in the United States. And we should be very careful to investigate where this virus came from.
I fully agree that you should investigate where the virus came from, but again, we have not funded gain-of-function research on this virus in the Wuhan Institute of Virology, no matter how many
Parsing
times
words, you're parsing
you say
words.
it.
There
it
was
didn't happen.
research. There was research done with Dr. Shi and Dr. Barrett. They have collaborated on gain-of-function research where they enhanced the SARS virus to infect human airway cells, and they did it by merging a new spike protein on it. That is gain-of-function. That was joint research between the Wuhan Institute and Dr. Barrett. You can't deny it.
Senator Paul, your time has expired. Dr. Fauci, I will let you respond to that when we need to move on.
Excuse me?
I will allow you to respond to that, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to say, I don't know how many times I can say it, Madam Chair. We did not fund gain-of-function research to be conducted in the Wuhan Institute of Virology.
Thank you. Senator Smith.
Dr. Fauci, as you are aware, it is a crime to lie to Congress. Section 1001 of the U.S. Criminal Code creates a felony and a 5-year penalty for lying to Congress. On your last trip to our committee on May 11th, you stated that the NIH has not ever and does not now fund gain-of-function research in the Wuhan Institute of Virology. And yet, gain-of-function research was done entirely in the Wuhan Institute by Dr. Shi and was funded by the NIH. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the Wuhan virology paper entitled Discovery of a Rich Gene Pool of Bat SARS-Related Coronaviruses. Please deliver a copy of the journal article to Dr. Fauci. In this paper, Dr. Shi credits the NIH and lists the actual number of the grant that she was given by the NIH. In this paper, she took 2 bat coronavirus genes, spike genes, and combined them with a SARS-related backbone to create new viruses that are not found in nature. These lab-created viruses were then shown to replicate in humans. These experiments combine genetic information from different coronaviruses that infect animals but not humans to create novel artificial viruses able to infect human cells. Viruses that in nature only infect animals were manipulated in the Wuhan lab to gain the function of infecting humans. This research fits the definition of the research that the NIH said was subject to the pause in 2014 to 2017, a pause in funding on gain of function. But the NIH failed to recognize this, defines it away, and it never came under any scrutiny. Dr. Richard E. Bright, a molecular biologist from Rutgers, described this research in Wuhan as the Wuhan lab used NIH funding to construct novel chimeric SARS-related coronaviruses able to infect human cells and laboratory animals. This is high-risk research that creates new potential pandemic pathogens that exist only in the lab, not in nature. This research matches, these are Dr. Ebright's words, this research matches, indeed epitomizes, the definition of gain-of-function research, done entirely in Wuhan, for which there was supposed to be a federal pause. Dr. Fauci, knowing that it is a crime to lie to Congress, do you wish to retract your statement of May 11th where you claimed that the NIH never funded gain-of-function research in Wuhan?
Microphone.
Senator Paul, I have never lied before the Congress, and I do not retract that statement. This paper that you are referring to was judged by qualified staff up and down the chain as not being gain of function. Let me finish.
You take an animal virus and you increase its transmissibility to humans.
Right.
You're saying that's not gain of function?
Yeah, that is correct. And Senator Paul, you do not know what you are talking about, quite frankly. And I want to say that officially. You do not know what you are talking about. Okay, you get one person.
Let's read from the NIH definition of gain of function. This is your definition that you guys wrote. It says that scientific research that increases the transmissibility among mammals is gain of function. They took animal viruses that only occur in animals and they increased their transmissibility to humans. How you can say that is not gain of function?
It is not.
It's a dance, and you're dancing around this because you're trying to obscure responsibility for 4 million people dying around the world from a pandemic.
And let's send Dr. Fauci.
I have to, well, now you're getting into something. If the point that you are making is that the grant that was funded as a sub-award from EcoHealth to Wuhan created SARS-CoV-2. That's where you are getting. Let me finish.
We don't know.
Well, wait a minute.
It did come from the lab, but all the evidence is pointing that it came from the lab, and there will be responsibility for those who funded the lab, including yourself.
I totally
This committee will allow the witness to respond.
I totally resent the lie that you are now propagating, Senator, because if you look at the viruses that were used in the experiments, that were given in the annual reports, that were published in the literature, it is molecularly impossible.
No one's saying those viruses caused it.
It
No
is
one is alleging that
molecularly.
those viruses caused the pandemic. What we're alleging is that gain of function research was going on in that lab, and NIH funded it.
That is
you can't
not-
get away from it. It meets your definition, and you are obfuscating the truth.
I'm not obfuscating the truth.
Senator
You're
Paul's
the one.
time is expired, but I will allow the witness to.
Let me just finish. I want everyone to understand that if you look at those viruses, and that's judged by qualified virologists and evolutionary biologists, those viruses are molecularly impossible to result
No
in
one's saying those viruses
SARS-CoV-2.
caused the pandemic. We're saying they are gain of function viruses because they were animal viruses that became more transmissible in human, and you funded it.
And you
admit the truth.
And you implying.
Paul, your time has expired, and I will allow witnesses who come before this committee to respond.
And you are implying that what we did was responsible for the deaths of individuals. I totally resent that. And if anybody is lying here, Senator, it is you.
Senator Smith.
The simplest and most important problem for any society is this: shall the individual determine his or her life, or shall a central authority determine the lives of the many? It seems so obvious when it is stated that way. These are two sides of the road. We cannot ride on both sides, only one. The individual men or women will determine their own lives, or their lives will be managed by an ordained central authority, a collective. Is it not simple enough for a child to see the better choice? How can we complain when we determine our own lives? Surely the destiny of the individual is to find his own path. Yet when our lives are managed by the collective, the challenges are impossible and overwhelming. How intelligent, just, and wise is today's central authority? Or tomorrow's? How do we keep the central authority from becoming corrupt, enchanted with its own power, and abusive to those they manage? How do we protect our property and wealth from the ever-growing force of the authority? How do we find our potential when we are not permitted to pursue it? How do we find meaning in life when we do not determine for ourselves, but simply serve a collective agenda in which we may have no real voice and see no real meaning? How can the collective agenda be made perfect, right, and pure for a mass of unique individuals, none of whom share identical thoughts, needs, or feelings? How do we endure this loss of the humor, expression, and joy that is crushed from individuals to maintain service and loyalty to the collective? In what cabinet do we store our personal goals, dreams, drives, while we praise and serve the collective? How long will our true selves last in that cabinet? Or will they be lost and forgotten or become stale? How does the collective grant us remedy for what it disregards, our souls, our identity, as the collective denies and ignores our singular qualities and presumes us to be like all others under the collective? How do we punish the collective, the authority, the ruler, for seeing millions of different and very special people as objects, citizens, taxpayers, members, statistics, reducing sacred humanity with such profane insult? How do we resolve the hypocrisy of a system that allows disloyalty to one's calling, but does not allow disloyalty to the collective? We must realize that none of us have ever met a fully self-determined human being, one who has never been told to jump when a bell rings, one who has never been bound by 1,000 regulations, laws, codes, and arbitrary social dictates. We have never seen a person who was fully determined, free to create, explore, and be inspired, and thus be able to inspire others. We have not seen this because we are agents of the collective. We impose the collective on each other. Those who are self-determined are a threat to authority, a threat to order, a threat to the enforcers, the rule makers, the managers. We are frightened by self-determined people. The people who are most likely to find and show us a better way. The people who are most likely to discover truth and to see the world as it really is. They scare us because they don't follow rules. We are told that people who don't follow rules are dangerous criminals. But then we crave our entertainment when we can see actors who do not follow rules, stories which do not follow rules, art which does not follow rules. So as we crave to see the rules broken for entertainment, we're frightened to see any rule broken in our real lives. In our real lives, all rules must be followed. We make no distinction between good rules and bad rules. If you don't follow every rule, you're dangerous. There's no such thing as a bad rule. Well, rules are not made to control your behavior. Rules are made to see if you are willing to control your own behavior. If the rule says to cut off your finger, it is not to make people have less fingers. It is to make clear evidence of who will obey the rules, so we can take the people who have all their fingers and put them in prison. Because we can see that if you have all your fingers, you do not follow the rules. I make a rule that you don't want to follow, just to see if you will obey. As your ruler, I must know who will obey, who will put aside their own needs and desires and obey me. When people do not follow the rules, when they're self-determined, things are not orderly. But we need orderliness, don't we? We love things to be orderly. We are willing to control each other, even be controlled ourselves in order to have order. So we let people make rules, good rules, bad rules, more rules every day, more rules than we can follow or remember. But when we let people make rules, we don't seem to have a way to make them stop. But even still, when we face those two choices, we choose the collective, not self-determination. We pick order over disorder. We don't realize, especially early on, that order will turn into a suffocating prison of behavioral control. Theft of our wealth and property, slavish service to selfish agendas imposed by rulers for their own benefit. Tyranny, misery, hopelessness, mass murder. We choose that when we choose the collective over self-determination. Individuals can murder each other, but a collective can murder everyone. Every collective degenerates in that way. Any power granted is always used to collect more power. Self-determination always diminishes as power evolves and collects. To persuade us of the value of the collective, they tell us they will do the best things for the group. So we pick the collective. And by picking collectivism, we make genocide not only possible, but probable. How do you know when a collective is mature? You see genocide. What does it mean when you see genocide? It means your collective is mature. For humanity to ascend, you might say to grow up, we will each have to choose self-determination without fear of disorder. We will have to refuse and disallow collectives. We will have to tolerate no rulers. We will have to learn to cooperate in voluntary ways, not by force and violence. That is the higher state of being, of humanity, to find ways to organize ourselves without the use of violence and force, and without the objectification of individual human beings to the gross level of statistical units in a collective. There is no such thing as a little bit of collective. Collectives grow like cancers and turn people into numbers which can simply be added and subtracted. We can have a collective with a dehumanized mass of servants and followers, or we can have self-determination, human dignity, and unlimited creative potential where freedom and individual responsibility are not only valued, they are seen as the only way to get from here to peace, prosperity, and justice. If we do not insist on self-determination, we create a void, and a greedy collective occupies that void. Human nature causes collectives to rise by default. If we do nothing, we invite others to abuse and exploit us. That seems to be the pattern of history. The people do nothing, the tyrants take all the marbles. If any group of people will ever be self-determined, free, and prosperous, each person in that group will have to consciously and deliberately choose to determine their own lives and oppose the collective in all its forms and mechanisms.
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. I'm Nick. In this episode, we deal with Karen's kids. I'm fishing with the one and only Die Hard Fishing and the Santa Cruz Surfcaster. It's always a good day on the water with these guys, but we end up encountering two boaters that were not happy with us. If you're new to the channel, I do kayak fishing in the San Francisco Bay Area. Please like, comment, and subscribe. So sit back and relax, and thank you for watching.
Got a fish on there?
You guys are all fucking faggots. You guys look fucking wild. We'll beat your fucking ass at the dock. How do you guys figure out this spot?
Come swim over here, man.
No, just how'd you figure it out?
What are you talking about?
How'd you figure out the spot? This exact marker right here.
I see all these other boats hanging out here.
I decided to make YouTube videos about all these commercial fishermen spots. Nice, man.
Hey, man. Get your tits out of my face, you little... You're a little punk. You still are on your mom's allowance, man. So don't talk about commercial fishermen. I don't believe you. You're a f***ing kid. Dude, you guys are little kids, man. Don't even talk to me.
And you're a YouTuber, dude. Post a video and don't fucking come back.
Dude, you know what? I'm gonna post a video just for you guys. How about that? How about that? Thank you.
Everyone thinks you're a fag, man. Everyone in the whole game is. You guys can't just post and then fucking post it, dude.
Hey, come back here and keep talking. Come over here. Be a man. Come over. You're the one in the boat. What's your name? Dude, you don't even have a mustache.
My name is... I'm one of the really good commercial fishermen out here. You're a fucking fag.
Dude, you're calling me out for your fishing in your spot? Look at this. Look at this, guys.
Don't post a fucking video. We fish here every day. We found the spot in 1 fucking week and you're already here. You don't have any fish on your boat.
What's your guys' names, please?
Why do we need fish?
Commercial fishermen?
Yeah, I am commercial.
Dude, these guys came out of nowhere. We're just minding our own business. They motor up next to us. Dude, after you yell at me and you think that's how you're gonna get your way? So guys, hey guys, so we're here fishing all by ourselves in the middle of this ocean, and these two... You were not. We were here and you guys rolled up to us.
I've been here for a week straight, bro. What time you get here? What time you get here? Fucking 30-pounder here, so fucking go. I got fucking full cooler full of fucking halibut, so get the fuck out.
Dude, I don't care.
Go ahead.
I don't...
You see that guy in both
Dude.
states? I know you know him. I know you know his name's Julian. You can ask him all about us, man. We bring all gas fish to the wharf all day long, bro.
You know what? I don't care how much you guys fish, you guys. You guys have a bad attitude. And are you guys gonna let me talk?
Faggots like you come out here and record videos in our fucking spot. You're gonna blow it up, and then I come on Saturdays and Sundays, and there's fucking 40 boats out
Dude,
here.
that's not my problem. You think this is a secret
You
spot?
probably heard from our crypto about all the fucking salmon we were catching. A single fucking boat here. We caught the first fish last week with fucking Pete, and then you're out here just fucking filming. So
Dude.
I'm just telling you, I'm not trying to make a problem, but I'm telling you. We just don't want YouTubers in our fucking bed. This is what we do. So
It's your spot, huh?
Did I say that? Yeah, it's our
That's what he's saying. Dude, I understand what you're saying.
This isn't
I understand.
This is the fucking commercial
You're
guy.
already here.
All the
Dude.
commercial fishermen that
What?
are here, this is their fucking spot, man.
Dude, it's not... You make a living off this? I make a living off this, dude.
You make a living off blowing up other people's spots.
Dude, I'm not talking to you, man. You're a little kid, man. You and your little caterpillar mustache on top of your
Meet me
lip.
back at the fucking dock if you got a little.
Dude, I'm right here, man.
Sitting down.
You're a little...
Back at the dock.
You're a skinny little...
fag. You're a big ass fag. Look at you. I get that you're fishing, alright? I get that. But when we fucking, this is literally how I pay my bills.
Dude, this is how I pay my bills. This is what I do for work.
Dude, fucking posting a video. How did you even find it? How do you know?
That's none of your business.
There's a finger here that comes
Dude.
out the fucking. And there's no one that fucking knows about it.
Okay, guys, you want to know the truth? You want to know the truth? We're trolling for salmon. We saw all these boats here. We're like, oh, are these guys salmon fishing? So, because we had a tough bite today, we came over here. People were catching fish, so we put our lines down. Then you came up behind us and started yelling at us.
Now you're gonna post a YouTube video. All these commercial fishermen out here are gonna fucking.
No, I'm gonna post a Karen video now with you guys.
Karen video.
Yeah.
I fish out here 7 days a week.
Dude.
Every week for my whole life, I fish out here.
So look at how big this ocean is.
We're out here every day, bro.
How the f am I supposed to know this is your spot? Does this have your name on it?
It's not our spot, it's the commercial guy.
Dude, I'm hanging out with my friends.
We've been jigging squid and catching fish here for fucking ever. And you guys
Dude, I don't care. Stop tell this kid to stop talking.
Fucking fag, bro. You are a fucking fag.
Dude.
Put the camera in my face.
Yeah.
Nick Fish is a fucking fag. The biggest fag.
What is your name? What's your name?
What?
You know my name. What's your name? What's your last name? You're such a big man. Tell me what your name is.
Why do you know my last name?
Because you want to meet me at the dock?
There you fucking go. Meet me at the dock.
All right, guys. Commercial fisherman, Santa Cruz.
Meet me there later if you want to. I just found this.
Dude, you just said you just found it. How can you claim it then, dude?
5 days I've been grinding here every day.
Dude, man.
If I come back on Saturday and there's 10 fucking 20 boats here, 25 boats? I'm gonna be pissed. All you guys fucking do. Hey, look, it's the guy that blew up the fucking commercial halibut by in Monterey. You shut the fuck up, fag, in your fucking stupid ass hat. Look at you. more than you guys do. Fuck, we don't know the spot, dude. We find the spots, you guys creep in, and then you blow them, and we find a new fucking spot. Every time. That's how it goes for us, too. We're not trying to
No, you guys post videos. That's how it goes
just
for you guys.
block out the background or something, dude. It's not that.
Dude.
Like, I fish here every day my whole life.
Listen to me. I've been fishing this spot longer than you guys have even been alive.
That's fucking bullshit. I've been fishing this bay for fucking 18 years.
Yeah, I've been fishing this bay for 30 years.
My dad's been fishing this bay for 45, bro.
Your dad's been fishing longer than I have. That's fine. But I'm telling you right now, you don't own this spot.
Come to the spot we've been catching fish, and there's boats everywhere. And it'll happen like that. It happened over
Why
there.
you guys even salmon fishing here? Go back to fucking San Francisco, you guys.
And if you guys blow up the sea bass bite, like, dude, you're not the only person that caught sea bass there, but you posted a fucking photo about it. Like, dude, it's just, I don't want to see the shit on social media, and then there's hundreds of boats after it.
You guys are acting like you guys are in the right
Wait a
situation.
couple
Everyone
months,
out
post the
here
video.
doesn't like you guys.
Wait a couple
Okay,
months,
yeah, you can
post
do that.
it.
That's different.
No one likes you guys. You guys are
Wait and post it.
There's a reason why Julian tried going on that Rilabo over here, because he does it fucking right. So that's all about it.
I'm not trying. We're not We're fishing for a living just as much as you're fishing.
But it's just hard when you guys ruin it for me.
Dude, we're not telling the spot.
It's the yellow can. I fucking found it. I started catching it early here.
Next to the yellow can? Within a mile of the launch?
There was no one fishing. I was alone for 2 weeks.
When we went there were 100 boats there when we got there.
Someone posted a fucking video. There was no one there when I was fishing there.
Yeah, we were catching.
I caught 30 fish a day there. There's no one there.
We were catching sea bass up front of the point, and now we're here.
And now you guys call one and you're like posting it shit. Just don't
We
post
catching
it.
fucking sea bass there. Just don't fucking say
That's
it.
like if you caught a fish and you didn't sell it. How you can't make a living doing that.
Like, you're catching.
No, I'm saying that you guys sell the fish to make money. We have to post videos to make money.
Okay,
About our fishing spot, then more people come here and take the fish that we
a
catch.
white line or something.
Dude.
Come on.
It's just
You're
fucking
acting like
stupid.
you own this place.
Dude, it's just because I've been here 5 days and then I come up and there's kayakers in the middle of the fucking ocean.
Look.
And all of a sudden I'm like, what the fuck? How are you
Why
here?
can't we come fishing?
I'm just curious how you got here. That's all.
How we got here?
This is an exact marker. There's a finger that comes out to the right. And it's literally like right here. There's a fucking hole. And you guys are on top of it.
Why are you guys even fishing for fucking salmon? All there is
How
out here
is
is
that
fucking
possible?
coho. All there is out here is fucking
It's
coho.
not the problem now. Why can't you? It's how. How the fuck did you find it?
Because I've been fishing here for over 20
We have fish finders.
2 weeks
You live over in San Francisco.
Who cares? We go off the fish bite, dude. We move to where the hot bite is.
I come here, I catch fish, and the next day there's no
Dude, that's not our fault, man.
I'm just telling you, don't post videos.
Dude.
Just don't.
Okay, dude, normally we're very respectful about it, man. It's people like you.
He comes off right hot. Like, I'm not trying to cause problems, but it is frustrating.
Dude, I understand where you're coming from, dude, but you got this thing all mixed. It's not like we heard a report and we're coming here and we're trying to take your fish and video it. That's not it.
But I'm telling you, just you're gonna post a video here, because I'm telling you, it does happen. Every time I watch you guys' videos, I see the background. People see the background.
You can't help that, dude.
You can turn around and show the fish. You can move the camera.
We do the best we can, dude.
I get it, but you're what?
I haven't blown up ever.
That's hard to say.
When have we blown up?
You guys are here and you got the cameras, and I'm like, look, you got the cameras. What's gonna happen? Tomorrow, they're gonna be blowing up on commercial.
No, it's not. It's the weekend. Yeah, there's going to be people here, like there always is. People can see you fishing, man. When
But don't post fucking YouTube videos.
well, dude, the only way we found this spot, you think that we're poaching? We found it because we saw all the boats here. Swear to God, truthful to God. Dude, I swear to God, we were trolling for salmon, and the salmon bite was slow. We saw a group of boats here.
We actually fish for a living. You don't fish for a living.
Well, dude, we haven't got any, okay? So we're looking, we saw a group of boats together. Normally that means, hey, maybe they're on a bite. Do you understand what we're saying, though? In how, in the beginning, you jumped on us like we...
I jumped on you hot. My bad. I'm sorry.
Okay.
How dare you jump on you? I'm just...
Dude.
Why are you giving these guys anything? I'm just frustrated, dude. So just...
I understand, man. You're cool. You're cool, but your buddy is...
Now, shut the fuck up, you fucking bag. Meet me at the Dolphin Capital.
Dude, I've already been right next to you. You didn't do shit to me, man.
Go in the fucking kayak.
Dude, come swim your ass over here, you little commercial fisherman. You think you're so hot shit, bro?
I don't think that. I just want to keep my fish to myself when I drive.
Dude, just...
Meet me back at the wharf anytime after 3. Meet me at the wharf anytime after
I know where you work, dude. You're threatening me? You work at the skiff rental.
I used to work at the skiff.
I saw you yesterday. You were selling fish off the dock.
Listen, no one's gonna do anything. It's fucking...
I know. I'm gonna go talk to your boss after this.
Go ahead, chill. I don't... Everett knows I don't work there anymore. I guarantee it.
Listen, we're trying... We just can't post the video without having a business back.
Let's go back to San Francisco, bro. Let's go back to San Francisco.
We're out here in Florida. There's no background on it.
San Francisco makes perfect sense.
I understand. I'm not saying that you
And like
can't
the
figure
sea
it out.
bass you guys caught the other day, just please wait. Like they just came in. We were just catching those up onto the point the other day, bro. They're just now getting here.
Why aren't you fishing around it?
Because they're tiny ass little sea bass. Who the fuck cares about 15-pound sea bass, bro?
Why you couldn't post the video if you're done?
I'm just telling you, just wait. It's not that hard. Just wait a little bit. Like, you don't understand how much it squashes the fish.
I do understand. Yeah. I understand.
And like, I don't want to say examples, but there's like multiple times where you drifting happy. Monterey, and the next day it's packed. Blew up Monterey, blew up the commercial line. Packed right after, like, you know. And I'm not trying to be like a total fucking asshole, but it is frustrating, man.
I understand. How did you post the video and have no one know where it is? That's how we do that. I'll do my best.
Okay, then don't fish next to the commercial guys,
well,
dude.
for this spot,
or in the commercial
for this
spot.
spot, let's leave it. Let's just fish it. All right, let's not post a video about it.
Oh yeah, I already know you guys are gonna post a video. That's what I posted one anyway. Bags.
It'll never go anywhere, dude. It's like...
Look at these bags right here, bro. Fucking YouTube bags.
Dude, you're gonna be all over the internet, man.
We're gonna be all over the internet?
You're...
We're perfectly fine with that.
You made such a bad mistake today, man.
It's not about that. You can blow us up all you want. We're not out here. We know our fucking friends. We know our friends are much better fishermen than you guys will ever fucking be. And we are too. So get the fuck out of here and go back to San Francisco. Fucking bag. You're the biggest bag. Why are you looking at me like that, bro? What's the fucking bag?
Oh, man.
So thank you for watching. Don't forget to like this video and comment below who was right here. I'd love to hear your input, and I'll see you next time.
Alright. We're back out here. Sea bass. I know you've already seen a couple of sea bass videos, but I don't think they're here as thick as they were before, so it's getting harder and harder to get one. And probably today, I mean, honestly, if I had to guess, I don't think we're going to get one, but there's a chance, so we got to come out here and try it. We're in 82 feet of water right now. Probably going to look around. I did find a little bit of bait, so I'm kind of stopping here and going to set up shop and start trolling now. But we're kind of going on a whim today. No boats around, no real reports of them. Just a feeling. So we'll see if we can find some salmon or some whatever is out there. We'll find out. I was trolling this plug on the way out just to see if something would hit it, but nothing this time. So anyways, get the salmon gear on, get it in the water, and see if we can find something.
But don't post YouTube videos. Don't wait.
I have to make money. I have to make money. How are you gonna make money if I don't?
Normal job. You want to go make money?
What do you mean get a normal job? What do you mean get a normal job? What's a normal job?
My job, bro. I've been out here for years doing this.
Okay, same here.
Here, we actually fish for a living. You don't fish for a living.
Yes, I do fish for a living.
Please wait. Like they just. We're just up under the point that we made, bro. They're just now.
Well, why aren't you fishing them now then?
Because they're tiny ass little sea bass.
Okay, then what? Why do you care? Why do you care if we post the video if you're done catching them?
It's not that hard.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. I have to post a video to make some money. It's like if you caught a fish and didn't sell it. That's not gonna give you anything. That's fine. You don't have to like us. I don't care. Not everyone likes us. That's fine. Alright guys, just editing this video here, and I just kind of like threw that clip in there, so I just wanted to give a little bit of commentary on that. So first thing, I don't have any beef with these guys or any other commercial fishermen. I mean, I'm out there trying to catch fish just like they are. You know, I'm trying to make a living, they're trying to make a living. You know, I understand their frustration, but that doesn't give them the right to tell me or anyone else when and where they can fish. So once again, no beef with those guys. And secondly, as you can probably tell, there's a lot more that I didn't put in this video. So if you want to see more on that little altercation, make sure you check out Nick Fish's video. I'll leave that video linked in the description. I will say that it is much more explicit than this is because there was more to that video. So fair warning for any of you guys, if you do want to watch it, just be warned, but I will leave that linked in the description. I wasn't going to make a video from this day because up to this point, nothing really happened for me in terms of fishing. But at the end of the day, something pretty cool happened to me, so that's kind of why I'm making this video. So back to the fishing. I don't know. Alright, got something here. Oh yeah, it's a Hallie. Hey, my first, well, I don't have my gaff. My first swim bait halibut.
Swim bait halibut.
First swim bait halibut. Adam was just talking about that. Mini me showed regular Adam.
Everett showing me how it's done.
Everett showing him how it's done.
Woohoo! Same swim bait I was using earlier this morning. That's a nice one. What do you think, like 20, 26?
26, yeah. Yep, no more, no less.
Nah,
24 and a half?
It's gotta be more than that. Yeah.
26, no more, no less.
Alright. Let's see. Mouth closed.
Specifically. Easy.
That'll be easy.
I really wish we seen them on again.
Yep, I know I'm right. You did. Yep. That's right. Now do the walk of shame. Do the walk of shame.
Yo, get the cops on this guy.
Oh, the cops already here, and we made them do the walk of shame.
Which one do you want? Officer Jones?
Do you want Guten Tag? Which one do you want?
Guten Tag, Officer Jones.
Yeah, so he's a snitch. He wants...
Hold on. Give me a second.
One more second, and
Okay.
I'll give it to you.
Okay.
Fair enough. This guy likes to grasses, and he's a snitch to the cops.
Yeah, you're right.
That's what he's...
Okay.
Call the cops, please.
Okay, so now my turn.
That's why.
Yeah, you
I can't
can.
do anything.
Why not?
I can't.
What's stopping you?
I can't.
What specifically?
I'll wash you, bro.
Specifically.
Easy.
That'll be easy. Specifically.
Easy. That'll be easy. Look at your phone.
He's done.
It's lucky he didn't do that shit to me.
No, he's done. That's battery. Oh. Oh. Where's the supervisor? Oh. Well, that was a hell of a video. You can share, like, and subscribe to Auditing America. Hi. Hi, how are you? Oh.
Parce qu'évidemment, la Chine est tout sauf favorable à un total libre-échange.
them, and I think the internet should know.
Aaron Cox, everyone sees him everywhere, recruiting people. Robots.
I'm just wondering how you guys think that people are gonna see this whole thing. Like, people, now I'm gonna see how people are gonna think that this is a big fucking LARP. Fucking LARP. I've done it, and I don't, I'm not proud of it, you know. I mean, I'm not for doxing, and you know, doxing consists of more than just fucking saying what somebody's name is. Okay, because usually when somebody's name is, you know, it's usually very easy to get them stuff. I've done it, and I don't, I'm not proud of it, you know. But I did it to, and I made sure that I was 100% right on whatever I did it to. People who did it to me. I've done it, and I don't, I'm not proud of it, you know.
Il appartient à cette classe des fils de haut cadre du Parti communiste. Son père, Si Jong-un, est un proche de Mao Zedong. Il participe avec lui à la création de la République populaire de Chine en 1949.
The thing is this, the system, the future gets worse every day that we don't do something. The thing is this, the system, the future, the system.
We're the first people exposing this. It's great that we have people like me around me, and Michael Ringdorf, former member.
Thank you, Whoop. Appreciate you, bro. I think we should go to that building over there. Then we'll go to the hotel. So can you explain to them what you mean by the hotel?
Religious exemption status. That's right, how we do it. I'm a very registered taxpayer. My problem is not with the taxes, not the taxes. My problems are with the alleged crimes that have occurred. I'm more concerned about the brainwashing that's going on. Families destroyed because of this. And I don't think everyone should think for themselves.
All right, so we're at the back building. Wait.
doesn't have that many people that are diverse. It's a majority white group. And don't get me wrong, guys, I'm no fan of the Catholic faith too. You know, they've done a bunch of terrible stuff too. So, yeah, we're the church formerly in Old Bank of Clearwater.
Looks like they called the police. We have 300 watching. Make sure you stay right here. We're at Clearwater Beach, Florida. Clearwater Beach. Oh, he turned on the lights, but he kept on going. He turned on the lights, but kept on going. For watching. We have 310 watching. If you just started watching our video, please make sure you hit the like button. Also, we just released a video on TikTok yesterday. It's got nearly 200,000 views. So thank you guys if you've shared that video. Thank you. If you haven't, make sure to go to Auditing America on TikTok and you can go ahead and check it out. Whole entire front building in here belongs to them. They actually own a lot of property here in Clearwater. What's up? What's up, everybody? Just a question.
I want to let you know that everybody outside of Scientology is not a bad person. We all have love for you. We wish you the best. But we love you regardless. The world is a bad place. But there's good people in it too. Change your mind. You want to get some tacos. I'm not trying to convert to Christianity.
Yo, they have a very, very suspicious entrance. I mean, what's in here? Look at this weird ass entrance. Hey, how are you? We're just trying to, ask a few questions, but everybody runs away from us. Why?
No, okay. Do you think he was the rightful heir when you say about his wedding? Okay. But he hasn't been seen in public for like 15, 16 years. Would you be, I mean, if the Pope's wife wasn't seen in public 15, 16 years, that would be national news. Do you think that's a cause for concern? I mean, what if your wife went with him? Do you have a wife?
I do, but
Would you be concerned?
As I said, I mean, I don't know where you're getting your information. I don't know anything about that.
Well, she hasn't been seen in public. Have you seen her behind the scenes at any Scientology events? Because there's a lot of people outside of Scientology who, for whether it's warranted or unwarranted, they think that something may have happened, and there is something nefarious happened. And just the fact of not being seen in public for such a long time, I mean, she wasn't even at the Tom Cruise whatever the girl's name was, marriage, Katie Holmes or whatever her name is. Yeah. So people were just wondering in public why they haven't seen her in a long time. I was wondering if maybe.
Like I said, I have no information on that. I'm just a public, I'm a civilian like you guys.
Gotcha.
All I know is.
So you're not a Scientologist?
I am a Scientologist,
Okay.
but I don't work for the church.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool. Gotcha.
You have followers, just like any religion.
Yeah, exactly.
They've got to provide to. So I was only committed to you. You guys are all right to do your thing. I was the one to see you kind of. Oh, we're like paparazzis, bro. You know how it is.
We saw this dude here, and I was trying to talk to this guy here.
Well, we believe in equal gender equality, all that stuff. We're just trying to. Walking after a female.
It would be different if we had two men with guns or billy clubs, which did, but yes.
I hear you.
I appreciate you taking the time and speaking with us, man.
The only reason I came, I wanted to make sure everybody was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
we're.
These girls are walking by themselves. We're peaceful. We're just trying to ask questions.
Oh yeah.
At no point do you want to make somebody feel uncomfortable in their own space.
There's a few people, maybe war criminals and
Have a good one.
If you like that. Oh, and I also have a present.
We have 376 people watching.
One lucky person, they're gonna get this thing. It's gonna say, hey, congratulations, you got it. You get to eat a bag of you know what. So one lucky person today is gonna get this. I should have gave it to that first guy that put it in my face. When Mr. America wasn't paying attention, he was too busy shaking his ass for TikTok.
Sorry.
These are all Scientology buildings that are pretty much. Don't quote me on this, but I'm almost positive these are all Scientology fronts here. Like I said, they own a major footprint in this city. I believe they also own these buildings too.
If you haven't found Auditing America on Instagram, please go over there. Follow us on Instagram. Oh, great. Just called me to walk back for nothing. I hate walking long distances, by the way.
How's it going? Do you work here? What do they do here? What you starting to tell me? What are you guys doing here?
Yeah, I'm just trying to, taking video and talking at the same time,
Okay.
Yeah.
Aren't you guys all about?
Basic human rights is freedom of press, First Amendment, right? What about people that may be neurodiverse or neuroatypical? What would you recommend? Okay, so you have nothing to say for the neurodiverse people. Wow. That's a hate crime itself. Can't help the neurodiverse people, guys. Sorry about him. Currently closed. So currently closed. What was that girl doing walking out of there?
So the guy from the Human Rights Office doesn't like our First Amendment right.
Guys, who hasn't shared this video? Share the damn video. Go to fakelink.com. It's my website. It's awesome. Auditing America's videos are there. Right along.
Like this video.
America, not only for taking me here, but, you know, allowing me to do the lifestyle I want to do. Get me down here. So guys, when you donate to Auditing America, you donate to me. When you share one of his videos, you're sharing for me. You're sharing for activists out here who's not the best, but I'm trying. People say, oh, wait, this is, oh, wait, this. Well, you get out here and show us how it's done. Until then, this is what you got. This is what you got until then. What you see is what you get, and we out here. We're not behind keyboards. People are like, oh, wait till I see you in person.
Shout out to CPR artists in the house. CPR artists, CPR artists. Hey! Hey! That's such a friendly church. Okay, we have one to our left, right here. Hi, how are you? How can we join? Would they let me document the information that they give me when I walk? I was filming the outside and then closed the shades, so I kind of got the impression that they don't want us. But it's private property, so we don't want to risk it. It kind of look.
Think that the non-Scientologists are bad, all bad people? Because we truly do love you. I truly love everybody, regardless of their faith. Okay, good. Thank you for dispelling that rumor for me. I appreciate it. You have a great day, and thank you for being cordial with us. Very much appreciated. Marco Polo, what up, Twyla? They dress like they work at the movie theaters.
Why?
So this is where the magic happens, guys. This is where science and ecology meet. Can I get an usher to row 6? We got popcorn spilling.
2 adult tickets. This guy's so funny.
2 adult tickets.
I swear I'm gonna ask for some tickets. Hey, Clint. He looks much younger. I think we should. It's on the way back, right? Yes, sir. Okay, well, let's wait a couple more minutes. I think we have a lot of activity going on here. Maybe we can catch a couple more questions.
Guys, I want to say thank you to everyone.
All right, I think let's just go.
Yeah, while we're auditing.
giving a bad representation. Your pin's inside out.
Actually, what type of church treats the public like that, first of all? First of all. What if I am a rich guy and I want to join? Then it's okay, right? Then it's okay? Do you know that the First Amendment protects freedom of religion? Did you know it also protects freedom of the press? So the same right that you have to call this a church, the same right I have to record it. And why do you guys wear movie theater uniforms? I mean... You're right, UB. We are rich. We're rich of love.
is considered by many to be examples of superior technology from somewhere else, probably another planet.
Good evening. I'm still reporting on the coup. One of the hallmarks of authoritarian nations governing without the consent of the governed is to conduct sham elections, and then if anyone dares to question the legitimacy of those elections, lock those people away in jail to await trial and throw away the key. Well, the Biden Department of Justice today threatened states conducting election audits and states about to begin audits that conducting an election audit may be a violation of the Civil Rights Act of 1960. This is the act that mandated the retention of election records for 22 months after a federal election with the express purpose of allowing plenty of time for states to conduct election audits. However, it also states in part that no person shall intimidate, threaten, or coerce or attempt to intimidate, threaten, or coerce any person for voting or attempting to vote, or intimidate, threaten, or coerce, or attempt to intimidate, threaten, or coerce any person for urging or aiding any person to vote or attempt to vote. However, to the Justice Department, retaining records for 22 months is for the use of federal law enforcement officials, a clear swipe at the state's ability to control their elections at the state level. A new guidance document just sent out to all states and counties by the DOJ clearly threatens local authorities with prosecution and incarceration should the DOJ find that in conducting election audits, local authorities threaten the integrity of election records by hiring auditors to review them. Where election records leave the control of elections officials, the systems for maintaining the security, integrity, and chain of custody of those records can easily be broken. But what happens if a state legislature suspects that local officials simply printed extra ballots, marked them with their favorite candidate, and through skullduggery inserted them into unattended ballot boxes scattered across the landscape? Well, that's exactly what members of the Arizona Senate fear happened. So what's the control on that? Turn them over to Biden's federal officials to audit? That makes no sense. According to the DOJ missive, violators of the Civil Rights Act could face fines up to $1,000 and a jail sentence of up to 1 year per violation. According to the DOJ official quoted by the Epoch Times, this document sets down a marker that says the Justice Department is concerned about this and we will be following this closely. Now, we all know that none of these election irregularities could have changed the outcome of an election. However, shouldn't a state have sufficient sovereignty over the integrity of their elections so that they could check to see if any of the local officials were cheating? Arizona Senate President Senator Karen Fann, who ordered the audit in Arizona, told the Epoch Times, "Democrats have been trying every avenue they can to stop or discredit this audit. I'm sure this will be one of the many avenues they will pursue post-audit as well." Arizona's Attorney General, Republican Mark Brnovich, warned Biden's new Attorney General, Merrick Garland, in a letter on June 14 that his office would not tolerate any attempt to thwart the audit. "We stand ready to defend federalism and state sovereignty against any partisan attacks or federal overreach." Auditors are expected to complete their months-long work this week and issue their final report on the results, which has now been moved back to August. The audit is expected to show that tens of thousands of mail-in ballots that were counted in the election were never mailed out by election officials. They apparently just appeared when the votes were tallied. President Trump lost Arizona by 10,457 votes, a 0.4% margin out of 3.3 million votes cast in the 2020 election. I'm still reporting from just outside the soon-to-return citadel of world freedom. Good day.
You're not even close to baseline.
Doesn't matter. The self doesn't matter. It doesn't exist for any purpose. It doesn't need to exist for any purpose. What purpose would it exist for? When it's what there is. It doesn't need to, won't anything in the future. Has nothing in the past, it has to go back and remember. An eternal now. The most important thing in the universe is the one thing that doesn't matter, the one thing that's totally and completely useless, is now. Really ought to get that dead cat's head, because something spiritual about it, and it'd be very good for me. After all, if I knew the self, I might be a better person. Which is another way of saying it doesn't matter.
Now let's go to that film report. All law enforcement agencies and the military have been organized to search out and destroy the marauding ghouls. The Survival Command Center at the Pentagon has disclosed that a ghoul can be killed by a shot in the head or a heavy blow to the skull. Officials are quoted as explaining that since the brain of a ghoul has been activated by the radiation, the plan is kill the brain and you kill the ghoul.
Anything from the supply wagon, cuz?
No, we're all right. Hey, Cat, put that thing all the way in the fire. We don't want it getting up again.
Chief McClellan, how's everything going?
Oh, things aren't going too bad. Men are taking it pretty good. You want to get on the other side of the road over there?
Chief, do you think we'll be able to defeat these things?
Well, we killed 19 of them today right in this area. Those last 3 we caught trying to claw their way into an abandoned shed. They must have thought somebody was in there. There wasn't, though. We heard them making all kind of noise. We came over and beat them off, blasted them down. Yeah, okay.
Chief, if I were surrounded by 6 or 8 of these things, would I stand a chance with them?
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot them in the head. That's a sure way to kill them. If you don't, get yourself a club or a torch. Beat them or burn them. They go up pretty easy.
Well, Chief McClellan, how long do you think it will take you until you get the situation under control?
Well, that's pretty hard to say. We don't know how many of them there are. We know when we find them, we can kill them.
Are they slow-moving, Chief?
Yeah, they're dead. They're all messed up.
Well, in time, would you say you ought to be able to wrap this up in 24 hours?
Well, we don't really know. We know we'll be into it most of the night, probably into the early morning. We're working our way toward Willard, and we'll team up with the National Guard over there, and then we'll be able to give a more definite view.
Thank you very much, Chief McClellan. This is Bill Cardill, WIC TV 11 News.
Thank you, Bill, for that report.